Hey everybody, and welcome to The Road to Nowhere. It is our Saturday night D&D stream. We are live, and we have some new players tonight, some new characters all around. So we'll go through those in just a second. Real quick, some announcements. The weekend of August 28th, the last weekend of the month, I will be participating with a few other streaming and podcasting dungeon masters, Dungeons and Dragons players, and commentators, and different things like that. And we will be promoting Extra Life and trying to raise money for that charity that gives a lot to the Children's Miracle Network. So if you want to help us help them, please come and be a part of our streams. We are going to be running our normal games on Friday and Saturday night, but we will be promoting the other streamers who are also participating, and we'll have banners up and places where you can donate and all of that good stuff. And also Alex, who plays in a couple of our games, Big Lundy, and the Loophole King, who plays in a few games and runs one of our games on Sunday night. They will also be participating with some one-shots, so check those out as well. On Thursdays, I have been participating starting this past Thursday and going forward for a few weeks on Vanish X Zone's D&D stream. We're doing an awesome dungeon crawl on Thursday afternoons. And you can come check us out on his Twitch channel. Marcus, who's going to be playing Gemwin in our game, is one of the players over there. So you can see us both if you come join us on Thursdays. We want to show them a lot of love. They're awesome people, and we just want to have our community love their community. So get over there and just give them your follows, give them your views, give them your subscriptions. Sunday nights, we are still playing What Lies Beyond over on the Loophole Kings channel. If you want to see me as a player more than once in a week, you can come check me out as Andal, the inept, really intelligent but really unwise wizard. If you want to see the origins of some of the bones of the Oredin campaign setting, we play a prehistoric campaign. Well, we don't have any sub goals right now. We don't have any contests running because we blew them out of the water the first week of the month. Thanks to, go ahead and wave. Take the credit. You did it. You did it all up there. Thanks to Chris, who, who decided to gift 90 freaking subs in one day because he is a maniac. So we just always want to give a shout out to our subscribers, our gifted subs, our supporters on Patreon, and the players, all of who make this so that we can continue to play week in and week out and deliver fun and awesome D&D games to you all out there. No, I am not doing a new emote of Bowie with braided chest hair. Get the hell out of here. That's disgusting.
I'm drawing it right now.
Chris, stop it. Oh, God. Let these guys introduce themselves and their characters, and we'll get the ball rolling. We're going to start off with you tonight, Grayson. Go ahead and tell us who you are and what you're playing.
I'm Grayson. I play Corin, the plucky soldier turned adventurer who's kind of ready to take on the world, but we'll see what happens.
Marcus, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the world?
Yeah, my name's Marcus. I'm playing Gemwin Magmawit, the Warforged, new-gen Warforged wizard. They were slapped together in a lab to learn more about the world.
Steven?
Hi, everybody. Just want to say that I'm playing my third new character tonight. I'm playing Ekmid Denisi, the woolly mammoth Loxodon.
Chris?
Hi there. My name's Chris, also known as Ectherian. I will be playing Cricket, the inquisitive rogue tabaxi, archaeologist extraordinaire.
Hello all, I'm Brad. I'm playing Kalith, the Awathan barbarian, who is feeling a little guilty about stuff that happened previously.
And I'm Justin, formerly Felix. Now I will be playing Kerr, the cleric.
Kerr the Cleric. I am the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master this evening, and many, many evenings throughout the week here in the world of Oredin. A lot has happened, and I don't know if I can do a summary of the previous weeks because, well, things are much different. So far, really the only one who's left from the original gang is Kalith. Things went a little crazy. People died. A lot of people died. And now Kalith has left Twiland Hill. Kalith and Corin, you travel the roadways and highways of Oredin, and as you make your way down one of the oldest of the Empire's roadways, one of the ancient highways that led towards the center of civilization, Geneva, you don't follow it in that direction. You head in the direction of the pass. The Imperial Highway, known as the Guards March, that leads from Riverdam Raft towards the Halrian Desert, is long past its glorious days. The cobblestones are overgrown, filled in with dirt and weeds, and the once beautiful stone walls that lined the street have fallen and been ransacked over centuries. You've spoken little today, and as the sun wanes, you hope to make camp soon. You both know that you need a place to sleep for the night, and the innkeeper at the previous town had informed you that there's a spot up ahead just before the pass where travelers typically find rest and refuge together. A bit of a place to purchase necessary traveling supplies and some provisions before entering the desert is set up there. A large tent, which others tend to use as a stopping place so they can pitch their own tents and stay together for safety. Sometimes traveling into the desert in loosely aligned caravans for protection. Kalith, over the past couple of weeks of travel, your thoughts have drifted back to the battle in the sewers every now and then. The fateful day drifts back to your thoughts now. You can watch as the panic filled the eyes of the warlock crime lord Cicero, your axe hurtling towards him as the magic drained from his body. The only guess you can have is that at the moment of the aboleth's death, he no longer had a patron, and he no longer had any power. He had suddenly stopped casting spells and stood there wide-eyed. At that same moment, you remember hearing Freya's voice cry out, "Genevieve?" as she came to her senses and collapsed into the arms of your red-headed companion. Genevieve had previously been grievously wounded by her poisoned blades, and now she held the unconscious body of her long-lost friend, who in moments had just realized who she was and what she was doing. Corin, in that same fight, you apprehended the man covered from head to toe in brown-red leathers, the long coat, the hideous dagger, and the Renaissance mask still kind of haunt your vision. You were able to take him into custody as one of your last acts as a member of the Twiland Hill City Watch. You saved up some money and were ready to venture out. As the three of you met up with Felix and the companions of the other party who had helped aid you that day, along with the knights, you made your way out of the well and back to Twiland Hill, back to the proper part of the city, back to the Azure Wand. Genevieve carrying Freya, and Felix that was the first time you found out what happened. Kalith, you can kind of see it in your mind's eye as Remy's widow stood there in the bar crying. The doors were still locked when you arrived, and she cracked them open to let you in. It was unusual for that time of the day. Felix, when she told you there were no words. Beatree had been murdered. Her body taken to the temple of Robin. In spite of all that, the money was spent. The adamantine sold. And when Beatree was returned to life by the clerics of Robin, Felix's reaction was a bit different than anyone possibly could have expected. Justin, for one last moment, do you want to tell me what happened, what Felix does as Beatree's life comes back into her body and she sits up on the altar?
I just start... Tears just start falling down my face. And I hold her tight and whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That was all my fault. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it never happens again." And I kiss her. Deep and long. I'm going to quit adventuring. I'm ready for something more.
Remy was also brought back that day, and his wife had much the same reaction as you could imagine. Jen took Freya home and asked Kalith later that day to come join her. Kalith, as you walked up the cobblestone street to the home of your companion's family, she stands outside the door with Jane. Jane, the daughter of the mayor, the young noblewoman who had traveled from Anchor to Twyland Hill under your protection, all of your protection. She stands there now with anger burning in her eyes. Her face is red and tear-streaked. And they both turn as you approach. Genevieve tells you that Jane heard all of what happened. And you can see that Jen, her face is tear-stained as well. Genevieve approaches you, leaving Jane's side. Jane turns, giving Jen the cold shoulder as she does. And Jen approaches you and says, "She has words for both of us, and I think we have to listen."
Just to set in people's mind how Kalith is feeling right now, I'm going to go back in time a little bit to when we went back to the Aboleth chamber.
Sure.
And when Kalith walked in, he saw Garen's body on the ground, and he was remembering how under the control of the Aboleth, he pounded his friend, pretty much someone he considered a brother, to death himself. And as he looked back at the Aboleth, his knuckles tighten on nobody's retribution, and he enters an uncontrollable rage and just starts hacking at the Aboleth's dead body. Blood and gore spreading everywhere. He just ignores it until his rage is spent. After that, he walks towards Garen's body. His axe drops from his hand, and he kneels down. And after a little moment of silence, he starts to chant in Primordial and performs an Awathan death ceremony for a fallen brother. At the climax of the ceremony, he cuts off Garen's finger, holds it up above his head. Chant comes to an end, and then he kisses the finger and puts it in his pouch to make a ancestral fetish later on.
And now that you stand before Jane, what do? She hasn't spoken yet. She just stands there as you and Jen approach.
Kalith falls to his knees before Jane and says, "I've heard many people tell me that what happened wasn't my fault, as I was under the control of another creature. The master," he says with contempt. "But I don't stand with that. I should have been strong enough to resist. It might not have been my hand that slew your people directly, it was Michael, but I knew what he was going to do, and I stood by and did nothing. So I put my life in your hands. If you want to strike me down, I won't resist. I don't put much stock in the justice of the civilized lands, but if you want me to turn myself over to the justice of this town, I will. Tell me to leave, I will. My life is yours."
Jane looks down at you. Her tear-streaked face is filled with fire. Her hands clench and unclench. And she says nothing for a few moments. And then she slaps you across the face.
I just take it and say nothing.
After a moment, she says, "You should have been stronger. I won't let anything happen to the rest of my people. And I won't let anyone..." She looks at Genevieve for a few moments, stops speaking, turns back to Kalith. "Sir Kalith, I don't want to see you again for a year and a day. Leave. And when you come back, you will complete your service and your life debt. You will serve under me for the rest of your days. Do you understand?"
Yes, I understand, my lady.
Both
And
of you,
I know it's no compensation for the lives lost, but I'd like to give you this. It's all I have. Maybe it can help the survivors a little bit. And then he will give her basically everything he has besides what he owes to Trig, which is... How much do I owe Trig? 115. One second. Well, he's not very rich right now, so he gives her 550 gold pieces and 2 pieces of malachite.
okay. She accepts it without another word and turns her back on both of you and Genevieve, and walks back into Genevieve's house. She turns right before she walks in and says to Genevieve, "My sisters and I will be leaving in the morning," and goes back in. You gather from talking to Genevieve that the fact that Jen went from being, well, the fact that Jen had obvious emotions for Jane that seemed to disappear immediately when Freya returned, and that Genevieve was doting upon Freya the rest of the time, left Jane unsure of what to think. Things changed fast after that. Before you left Twiland Hill, a few things happened. Corin retired from the guard. Felix and Genevieve started their guild hall. The building that they bought wasn't vast, but it was a good place to start. Freya decided that she wanted to help. After all the evil she'd done at the hands of the Aboleth, she wanted to use what she'd learned over the years to be a part of whatever Genevieve was starting up. She would need time to deal with her years of enslavement. The first addition to the guild hall, the first thing added or hung up, was a plaque in the hall, in the front hall of the guild hall. 2 names engraved in that plaque. The first 2. Nobody and Garen. Now here you are. Your thoughts coming back to the day. You had wanted to go and see your people, see where they were at, see if what you remembered of your life as a child was maybe more worthwhile than you gave it credit for. Kalith came with you, or Corin came with you, Kalith, wanting to see the world and proving himself a valuable ally. And as you approach the campsite, where several everyday travelers and a few other odd folks make camp, you get ready to settle in. Ekmedenesi, Kerr, you've been traveling on the road together for a couple of days now, and as odd a pair as you could possibly think of. And you have made camp in this tiny, or you are planning on making camp in this tiny place where you had picked up a few supplies. But it's getting dark, and though, Kerr, you may not want to camp around other people, this seems as good a place as any. There is a tree line nearby, and perhaps back there would be a little better. Tell me what you guys are up to when Corin and Kalith arrive at the campgrounds.
I look to Kerr again, and I say...
I'm actually
Kerr...
hiding in your backpack.
Sure, I'm just speaking out loud to behind you. I said, for the last time, friend Kerr, I am not worshipping him.
We'll give you good luck. I promise. He will love all.
I have all the love that I need in this world, friend Kerr.
Ask Snaps. Is good. Is very good.
Speaking of very good, friend Kerr, we have guests. Do you want to stay where you are?
Maybe make sure is safe first?
Very well. And I will, seeing if I see people coming towards me, I will sit down on the mossy grass. I will just keep my staff in front of me and my shield at my side, and taking like almost the form of like a lotus position, I will just look on and see what do I see before me.
You see Kalith and Corin. Do you want to describe yourselves as you walk up?
Is there a way to move the map? Sorry, just a little maintenance. To move the map over, I can only see like half of it.
Yes, you can. If you use your scroll wheel, you'll zoom in and out of the map. And if you grab the map if you click the right token and hold, you can move the map up, down, back, and forth.
It's really difficult. Okay, thanks. Kalith is a larger gentleman, sparsely no armor, just traveling clothes. Clearly, a what?
Sure. Shit, sorry.
Yes, in kind of still mostly a Wathan. If people know what an Awathan was, which most people on this side of the mountains probably don't, but he has some trappings of civilization, having been here for a couple of years, but still mostly looks like a barbarian.
Corin would be following Kalith into the campsite, a bit wary of new places, as he has grown up in Twiland Hill. Pretty sequestered in that. He's about 6 foot, slimmer, not as big as Kalith. Wearing armor wearing some nice shiny flint armor with a big old greatsword on his back.
Yeah, Kalith also carries a big battle or a great axe, and if you really pay attention to it, he might talk to it occasionally.
The first pairing that you see in this camp are a woolly, furry elephant man that you it's not something you've seen before. Gemwin, you tell me how you've what you've been in search of and how you've made your way to this campsite. You see these men entering the other side of the campsite, and perhaps you haven't had a chance to introduce yourself to anyone else here in the camp. The larger tent on this map is kind of a general goods type store, like a tent store for camping supplies and also provisions. Not that you need much of either. But here you stand. You've been traveling alone a bit. Probably one of your first ventures out of the mountains.
Yeah, I think it'd be fair to say that it is the first one. That I'm just starting out in making my journey across the world in no particular direction to record as many mundane and arcane mysteries as possible. Just a good old quest for knowledge. I think Gemwin would not be prone to approaching people and making friends in that capacity.
Sure.
But they would be prone to like getting kind of into the weeds for every little detail that's in whatever space they're in. So they might be like examining some like small animal that they haven't seen before, or would just be taking notes on the different on the different things in this campsite.
Sure.
Noting things to themselves maybe a little too loud because they have like not very good social graces.
One of the things that immediately catches your attention, although you're not sure about approaching them, but you're absolutely monitoring them, is the tabaxi that seems to be scurrying around the camp with unbridled energy.
Yeah, I think I would take notice. I would probably note to myself, "Oh, fascinating, a feline humanoid." And I'll just like be following them, going off the map and running around the tree.
Cricket, tell us about yourself and what you're doing in this campsite.
So, Cricket is a black and white tabaxi. She's very proud of her floof that sort of goes up from a red scarf she wears around her neck. And her favorite brown, it was a gift from her mom, but it's an adventurer's hat is what she calls it. It's just like a brown floppy hat with a single like leather
Strap.
Yeah, just like a string. It's like a brown leather shoelace that keeps it on her head, as well as like her ears poking through it. And she is very intrigued with the Warforged, mostly because he is shiny, but also because she has never seen a Warforged before, and she is wondering because every book she's ever read says that Warforged are from 300-400 years ago. So she's wondering if he dug himself up or if someone else dug him up. And then if someone else dug him up, excuse me. And she taps on him.
Yes, can I help?
Did you kill a lot of people for the Empire?
I would never. Well, first, I don't know which empire you're referring to.
Oh,
But
never heard of the Empire. She ponders this for a moment.
Well-
So you must be brand new.
Yes.
Fascinating and unprompted. If Gemwin will let her, she's just gonna just walk around him and look at like his construction and plating.
Yeah, it's So I didn't know this detail of the world yet. So I would say broadly that it follows Iron Fane design.
Cool.
Practices. So yeah, it would have whatever like motifs would be on Iron Fane architecture, namely in Dragon Keep. So whatever metals
can
are
I-
coming out of there. Yeah.
Is there anything he's trying to hide? If he is trying to hide it, I would like to make an investigation check on the wall first.
Oh, I don't think so. Not in the sense that he has like a secret or like something that he doesn't want anyone to know about, like an object he doesn't want anyone to know about. It's kind of
Okay. Then she's going to try. Well, then she would notice probably his spell book.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Yes, and she would say, "Ooh, oh, so you know how to read?
Yes, a few different languages.
Ooh, how many?
4, including common.
That's wonderful. Wait, what's in that book then?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
You may see. And then Jemin will open the book, but not hand it over. Like, just kind of like show it.
And she's gonna just completely unprompted and without asking, start flipping pages as fast as she can.
Oh,
To
careful,
try and
please.
take a look.
Those pages are rather delicate.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Quite all right.
Hi, I'm Cricket.
I am Gemwin. And Gemwin will extend a hand.
That is it.
She looks as her little hand is like completely enveloped in the warforged's hand, and like has to tug on it a little bit because maybe he grabs a little too hard.
Yeah, maybe.
But she says, "Well, yes, it's very nice to meet you."
Pleasure is all mine. Could I have my spellbook back?
Oh, this. Yeah. No, I'm not done.
That poses a problem.
Well, tell you what. You sit, and we can look at it together.
Is it too early to cast a spell?
No, you can guess this. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you can definitely still cast a spell.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I have it prepared, so I don't need my spellbook necessarily.
Right.
I'll cast Friends.
Okay.
Okay, so what? That's a wisdom check, right? Or wisdom saving throw?
Let me make sure here. It just says you have advantage on all charisma checks directed at one creature of your choice that isn't hostile towards you.
Oh, sweet. That's fine.
I
I mean,
like
you don't have to roll, but I love that he cast a spell on her.
Yeah. So that would include persuasion rolls and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I would try to persuade. Yeah, I rather need that book. If I lose it, it's kind of a process to get it back.
Oh, that would be terrible. Here, take it.
And she just kind of like, she knows it's delicate because he told her, and she just like slowly puts the book in his hands.
And he takes it kind of stiffly and then puts it back where it was.
So you know that. So that is a cantrip then. I didn't see you cast anything. This is magnificent.
Yes, it was. You're familiar with magic.
No, I don't know anything about magic. But I do know a fair bit about ancient tombs, and a lot of spellcasters use magic to guard their shit, after they're dead. And, well, yeah, typically a lot less friendly than you, but please don't cast that spell on me again.
Noted. I'm sorry to have crossed a boundary.
Oh, no, it's fine. I stole your shit.
Gemwin smiles a kind of mechanical, not quite uncanny valley, but like not completely natural smile either.
The two of you can have inspiration for your opening interaction. I loved every second of it.
Thank you.
Yay!
Corin, you did not expect to see this elephant creature across the way, but Kalith, you recognize the druid before you. You've met in your past before crossing the boundary into Oredin. What do you do when you see him?
Kalith will walk into the camp and notice that there's Loxodon there, which the Awathan don't have a lot of contact with, but they're not totally unknown to them. And at first glance, he doesn't see much because he sees a little different, but then, because the Loxodon that he knew had great tusks, and this one doesn't have great tusks. Then he gets a closer look and says, Ekamenzi. Ekmedenzi.
Back then, Brad, you would have known me as Sophos.
Oh, Sophos. Sophos, is that you?
I kind of like I'm sitting down, and I've got this heavy rucksack on my back, and I slip the arms off my back, so the rucksack kind of like falls over. And I stand up, and I kind of like tilt my neck as if what I'm seeing, I can't really believe it at the moment. And I say, Kalith, is that you?
Sophos, it is you. And unbidden, Kalith will walk right up to him and just give him a giant bear hug.
Sophos will not only will he give him a giant bear hug back, you'll see like tears streaming down his eyes, and he'll take Kalith by the shoulders with his two mighty arms, and he'll say, "You've become a man, my boy."
While they're hugging, Corin's gonna look from the bag to the Loxodon and back and forth. Look to Kalith. Did that bag just grunt? And then look up to the Loxodon. Is there something in your bag, sir?
That is a friend. Friend Kur, come say hello.
Friend Stubbs, you sure is safe?
It is safe, friend Kur. Come on out.
Small clawed paw slowly comes out of the backpack and kind of feels around for something. Where is Snaps? Did he
Snaps?
fall?
No, he is still...
Snaps. Friend Stubbs, where did Snaps go?
I'm sure he's still in the rucksack, friend Kur.
Oh,
And I'll go over and I'll open the rucksack, and I'll see maybe a slightly tilted Snaps, and I'll bring out the plant.
some of the dirt that was in the pot has spilled out a little bit inside the rucksack as you pull it out. And Kerr, the plant kind of wobbles back and forth as he pulls it out, and you just know that the plant is glaring at you with displeasure for having been knocked over.
Snaps. No, Snaps. Say nothing. He was trying to be nice. I'll slowly crawl out of the rucksack. Crawling out of the rucksack, by the way, for those of you that need to know, is a smallish kobold, red with red-yellow eyes. He is wearing a possibly a chainmail shirt or a scaled shirt of some kind. It seems to be made of completely out of spoons, and there is a furnace oven door strapped to his chest.
That is the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my.
I love that.
Is safe? These are friends, yes?
This is my friend Kur. This is friend Kalith. Kalith, this is friend Kur.
Kalith. Large, soft skin. Hello. We are Kerr.
Kalith will kind of give Sophus a little sideways glance, but he trusts him, so he says, nice to meet you, friend Kerr. And then he'll stick out his hand to shake hands.
Small paw reaches out and shakes hand.
Ooh, Gemwin.
Oh, yes.
Those people seem to know each other.
It does seem that way. I do not know them. Who are you for
We
that
should
matter,
go-
entirely?
We should go introduce ourselves. Don't be silly.
Oh, why?
Because it's new people. And you never know what new people know. So we got to know, you know?
We call those strangers where I come. Is that an elephantine humanoid? How interesting. And then Jen will actually pick up pace and walk over with
Yes.
crooked eyes.
Yes. And she bounds about 20 feet ahead of you. And then
Yeah.
stops. And notices the kobold. And she starts chattering in Draconic. Small red friend! Small red person.
Large kitty, you speak language.
Yes. What tribe are you from?
Tribe? Kerr
Yes.
has no tribe.
Oh
We
no.
are tribe.
Were they all eaten?
Oh no.
Well,
No.
you're just wearing an oven, so I just assumed. And you have a lot of spoons. So there are
It's
only
armor.
a few.
Snaps.
Well,
No snaps. You shush. I point at the snapdragon. You don't
Is
say it.
that a
Say it.
plant?
Oh, shh. Yes. Yes.
Why are you talking to a plant?
His Snaps, his friend.
This is all in Draconic, by the way. Would
At
you
the same,
introduce me to your? Would
Ignore
you
what he
introduce
says,
me
though.
to your plant?
Speak to it if you wish. But ignore
don't-
what he says. He's kind of an ass. And he's crazy. He
Well,
thinks
you're
he's
the one that-
alive.
Well, you're the one that ate your family and or the kitchen equipment. So
I did not eat my family. No, we did not. Kerr was born alone. All alone.
That sounds fascinating. You should meet my robot friend.
Has Gemwin walked over, or
I don't even
Yeah.
know. She's just pointing behind her.
I think Gemini would have caught up by then, heard them speaking Draconic, and then would respond in kind, in Draconic. You both know the Draconic tongue. That's incredible. And then we'll get kind of maybe a little too close to Kerr. Do you happen to know what happened to the dragons? Or the Dragonborn? Do you know where the Dragonborn Isles are?
Big metal thing. I reach into the big backpack and pull out my spear.
Oh,
Tink. The spear, by the way, that's nothing more than a length of wood with a kitchen knife and a skewer wrapped around it. But
There's the rest of the kitchen equipment. I knew it. He ate his family.
I did not. Then I pull out my shield. That's just
Is it a pan?
Yes, that is an iron pan that is beaten
It is
into
a
the
pan.
shape of a shield. What is this metal thing? Have not seen anything like it.
This, and she, unbidden, and only if Jem will allow, she's going to climb up Jem's back onto his shoulders.
yeah.
And but not like straddling his neck or anything, just like the back of it, and like
Think about
looming over him. And says, "This is my friend Jem. We just met. He knows magic. How about you?"
Oh, yes.
Corin, what do you make of all of this going on? I don't even think you speak Draconic, right? So you probably don't even understand
No.
the conversation. But this kobold is wearing utensils and brandishing them like a weapon.
Yeah. During this whole exchange, well, Kalith seems to be pretty calm with it all happening. This is Corin's first time really out of the city. So his first time really seeing all these other creatures. And he doesn't know what to make of it. And he is kind of starstruck a little bit, but at a loss for words, just kind of watching what's happening between a cat, a warforged, an elephant, and a small dragon creature just talking.
Who's the new guy? She's gonna point at Corin.
In Draconic?
Yep.
Or in...
At that
Okay.
point, given everybody's in Draconic, I'm going to say, in Draconic, first of all, it is rude not to greet strangers in the language that we all speak, and then I'll switch to Common. There are a lot of us here, and a lot of us are strangers. Maybe it would be the best idea in the Common tongue to introduce ourselves. And I'll stand up, and if you gaze at Ecmedenesi closely, you'll notice he's a woolly mammoth loxodon, and he's got red eyes and a white woolly coat. And his tusks are sawn off, but as he lifts his staff from the ground, you can see that his staff is made of one of his tusks, and his shield is in a round circle is made with the other. And he will say to the group, "Please come in peace. I am Ecmedenesi." And at this, he'll give Kalith a sideward glance, and the glance is like, "We'll talk about this later." And says, "We come in here in peace. This is my friend Kerr. It is a pleasure to meet you all."
Okay.
A little furry paw will just like dart out in Ecmedenesi's direction, and she says, "Hi, I'm Cricket."
Hello, friend
It's nice
Cricket.
to meet you. No, just Cricket.
Hello, Cricket.
And this is my friend Jem. And she pats him.
Greetings. In common.
Do you correct him when he says Gem, or do you accept the new nickname?
I'll take it. Because not assertive enough to say otherwise.
His real name is Genuine, but I forget. We just met.
Though apparently we're friends. I'm uncertain if it's because I cast the spell Friends, or if
No, that
some
was
other
kind
reason.
of a dick move, and please don't do that again, but we've a
Noted. Again.
bit of a social faux pas. I'm sure you don't understand because you're an automaton, but yes, it's a little rude. You can do it to other people, just don't do it to me, please.
Oh. So anyone else is fine.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Noted.
Corin's gonna look over to the Loxodon. Well, any friend of Kalith is a friend of mine. My name's Corin. Pleasure to meet you.
It is
Gonna
nice to
Take out a hand.
Nice to meet you, Corin. I am Ekmed Denisi.
Ekmedenisi. Pleasure. What brings you and your friends out here? Addressing everyone.
I'm sorry, what was your name? I wasn't paying attention.
My name's Corin. You said your name was Cricket?
Yes, and she's gonna reach over and she's gonna reach over and give him about a second for a handshake. And if he doesn't take it right away, she's gonna just lightly boop him on the head.
Just for personal preference, so I can picture her. How cat-like is she?
Oh, she is
Is
a.
she like
She looks like
full
a
cat,
human.
or
She looks like a human-sized bipedal cat.
Yeah,
okay? She's human size. Okay.
Yes.
she is. She's on the small side of human. She probably weighs about
Oh,
75
okay.
pounds.
Okay.
She's thin. She's built like a cat, so she's thin and a little like she looks like you'd look at her and you'd be like, that bitch is flaky. Like
Okay. All right.
but she's like, I mean, she weighs like 75 pounds.
Can I just say, in comparison, Ekmed Denisi is like half a ton.
Yes, which is
And he's-
fantastic.
And he's like, he counts as large for the purpose of carrying stuff, but he's a big Loxodon.
As you
All right.
as you all make introductions, the sun has slowly been setting, and the sky is kind of this wash of red and blue and violet and pinks and oranges that play along the clouds, and it is quickly getting to nightfall. There are tents here to rent that are pre-set up if you so desire, or you can set up your own. I don't know where and how the groups of you decide to set yourselves up, but it's high time somebody starts a fire and gets some food into everyone's bellies.
Before that happens, Mark, is it okay? I'm gonna take Kalith aside and wrap my large arm in his and say, "Can we walk a while, friend Kalith?"
Yes, of course.
And I'll take him over to the large tree that's in the middle of this grove. And I'll say, I'll look him in the eyes, and he can see, like, if he looks into mine, that a lot has happened. A lot has happened since we last spoke. And I'll say, Kalith, I left the name Sophos behind when I left the Wastes. If you don't mind, and like a tear comes down his eyes, call me Ekmedenesi while I'm here.
As Equidency will also see that Kalith has changed. He had 2 normal eyes when they met. Now he has an Erastus eye, so that's one pretty big difference. A few more scars, a little more careworn. And he'll say, "Of course, I will respect your wishes in this matter. Whatever caused you to leave the waste?" Give me 1 second. How are Philos and Elpis?
At the name of Philos and Elpis, like, he will physically burst into tears, like tears like streaming from his eyes. He will drop his staff and shield. He'll put a large arm on Kalith's shoulder, and the only words he's able to mutter is, "They're gone, Kalith. They're gone."
No, they can't be. Little Elpis? What happened?
At the name of Elpis, Acme is kind of unconsolable. But while his staff and shield have been dropped to the ground, you can see his fists have turned white. It's not the time, Kalith. I promise I will speak more of this later.
Kalith will unconsciously grasp a little. He wears a necklace that has some fetishes that from times remembered. Garen's finger is on there now. There's also a small carving of an elephant that he grasps and places his hand on Ekmedenzi's shoulder and says, "I understand." And then he will give a small Wathern prayer for the dead in Primordial.
In the meantime, I'm sorry. I'd hate to interrupt. Are you guys?
I do want to say one thing. Kalith, as you're looking, you're clutching this and looking down, and perhaps you notice Ekmedenesi's staff laying upon the ground for the first time. Stephen, do you want to describe what that looks like to him?
So, I mean, as you look, you can see that my tusks aren't there. And as you look at the floor, you see that half my staff is made out of traditional wood and bark. But as you go towards the tip, it's made of pure ivory. And the shield is made out of ivory bent into a circle. Where the Ekmedenesi at some point shorn his tusks off and reshaped them into the shape of a staff and a shield.
Kalith will notice this, but knowing that he doesn't want to talk about it at this time, he'll kind of not say anything, and thinking of his own experiences in the last couple of years, will say, "Yes, sometimes things change."
Times change and we change with them, my friend. And he kind of steps up and he kind of almost pushes his shoulders back. He tries to kind of get serious and shrug it off and says, "When I knew you, you were a growing boy. Now you're a man, but I bet you're still hungry."
Meanwhile, Cricket, what are you doing?
So she looks around at the other tents and she goes, "These are probably pretty expensive." Kerr, right?
Yes, we are.
Come with me. Jem, come with me too. Corin, you should join us as well. I'm gonna need, and she counts on her fingers, 4 people for this.
Interested. Corin's gonna look over and follow you.
Yep. Boop, 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 boop. She heads to the tent, making sure that the big tent for the rentals.
Does anybody follow him besides Corin? Or follow her besides
How
Corin?
do
Jem will follow as well.
Okay. You guys head over to the big tent.
I accidentally create that?
No, I did. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Somebody making spells there?
I'm
Apparently,
not sure
yeah.
how this works yet.
You have to, if you're on the little meeple icon,
There
you
we
can
go.
move your token. If you're on the little L-shaped ruler, then you make shapes.
Yes, and she grabs Kerr's hand before walking into the tent.
Oh, okay.
When you walk into the tent, there are like long wooden tables set up in a U shape. The one at the far side has like a half elf standing behind it, and he has like a lockbox and some sheafs of paper and a bottle of ink and quill, and then on the long tables that stretch out towards the opening of the tent are whatever traveling gear and provisions you could imagine people needing heading into the desert. All mundane stuff, but all stuff you would typically find on a traveler. And the half-elf is noting down some things on their sheaf of paper and takes a little bit of money from a man who looks to be renting one of the tents and plops it into the lockbox, and that person turns around and sees this unusual gathering of creatures before you and just kind of looks at Corin and
Perception check.
Go ahead.
About how much money did that one guy pay for the tent?
It is, he paid the same amount you would pay for like a for, I guess, modest. Would it be modest? Probably one.
It's about two.
Probably one
2 gold.
under modest. Not
Comfortable is 2, I
Yeah.
want to say.
Yeah. Oh no. Hold on a sec. There we go. Pull it up. I have it like at fingers notice. Poor. So 2 silver.
Okay.
2 silver for a tent.
And does this look like more like a permanent sort of tent?
The tents that are there.
No, this tent.
Oh, this tent.
This tent
yeah,
specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that this
Okay.
tent is like kept up all the time.
Does the guy have a desk?
No, he's got this, like I said, he's got these 3 long tables. It's in a U shape. And the one that's at the far back along these tables, the one that is the cross, like the cross table at the bottom of the U, is where he has all of his desk-like things set up on that table.
Okay, so it's a ways away. It's like 15 feet away then.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, she walks in. She goes, yes, it's been so long that we've been on the road. Come on, dear. Come on.
And yes, hi. My family and I, we need 2 tents for the night, please.
But I do not require sleep.
Hush, please. This is our caretaker for our son, and she points to Kerr. He's adopted.
Kerr is not son.
And I have never been a caretaker.
The human who had been paying for a tent like skirted past all of you as he left, just kind of like giving Corin this "what the hell's going on" look as he does, and like heads out of the tent really quick.
Corin's gonna chuckle to himself
The
during this exchange.
the half elf behind the desk just kind of shrugs at you and your companions bickering about whether or not you're a family, and is like, well, tents are 2 copper apiece. I'm sorry, two silver apiece. For the
2
night.
copper. No raising the prices. I'm just
Corin's
kidding.
gonna reach into his bag, grab 1 gold, place it on the desk, and say, "Can we have 3 tenths, please?"
Certainly. So that's 246 copper, or silver, so gives you back 4 silver onto the desk. Marks it down, and says, "The 3 tenths at the very edge of camp, on your on the right side of the camp, are for you." He gives you like he gives you like 3
markers.
Yeah, 3 markers. They're just kind of like polished stone with numbers on them that match the tents that are for you.
Wonderful, thank you. And she'll take it.
Okay. Corin will then walk back up to the desk. Can we also purchase some provisions, please? We're headed out, and I think we're gonna need some food.
Certainly. How feel free to rifle through what we have and purchase whatever you need. And you can purchase whatever you need out of the PHB. Just go ahead and figure it out and take it out of your gold.
All right. Garen would buy enough for Kalith and I, at least, for like a week.
Okay. Are you buying rations, or are you buying trade
rations
goods?
at the moment?
No problem. Okay. You can feel free to do that. Cricket, you're handed the... Corin's handed the 3 stones. He paid for them.
Yes, and I don't think Corin stopped me from just yoinking one out of his hand.
No, Corin just watched the cat yank it.
Corin,
But didn't say anything.
give me an insight check as you... Cricket and Corin, each give me insight checks.
25.
Okay.
Aha! 2.
Okay.
Did that not show up?
No, it did not.
Ooh, okay. Why did that show up? That should have.
Cricket, as you take the stone out of Corin's hand, and you've been curious and interested in each of these individuals, and as you look over Corin, it quickly is apparent by the way that he carries himself, conducts himself, speaks to people, looks over, like noticed the grunt out of the bag, and like noticed the bag, and just everything about him that carries himself tells you this gentleman was a member of a city watch somewhere. He carries himself like a police officer.
Are you the Fuzz? What have you heard? I'm just kidding. I haven't stolen anything recently.
Corin's gonna look down. This is Cricket, right?
Yes.
Talking? Yeah. Corin's gonna look down. I've left that life. I will not turn you in if I see anything, but I will not entirely join you if that's what you mean. But I do not care about your past at the moment.
At the moment, are you trying to get interested? Well, I'm not interested.
Corin's gonna be at a loss for words, as he was not meaning that towards a cat.
She's endlessly amused.
The evening progresses. Corin, you buy your provisions and you set yourselves up at the tents provided. You guess?
I just would have shown Kalith that I have the tent.
Sure. You kind of meet back up with Ekma, Denisi, and Kalith, with and Kerr and Cricket and Gemwin you can follow as you may, but Corin gathers the things that he purchased and is going to head over to his companion, at the very least. Uh, Ek and Kalith, have you started a fire? Is that what you guys are planning on doing in the meantime? Started preparing food of some kind?
I was going to take Kalith to the tree,
Oh, okay.
and if Kalith didn't mind. And in this giant tree, are there? Do I know if there are any bees flying about?
In the tree, no, but you could find some nearby, like in one of the other outer trees. This tree seems like it is, the tree in the center, looks almost like cared for and groomed.
Yeah. Okay. If I see a couple of bees flying about, I'll ask Kalith if he's hungry to follow me, and I'll find a bee, and I'll kind of give him a nod as he's doing his business of pollinating, and I'll pick a couple of like dead flowers from the ground, and use druidcraft to make them bloom, and I'll ask the bee if he wouldn't mind taking me to his queen.
The bee agrees. After swooping down to the flowers that you have caused to bloom, and will lead you to their hive nearby.
Just so you know,
Sold his queen out for some honey.
As part of the Circle of Shepherd, I have Speech of the Woods, which means that I'm able to basically speak to most beasts, and they can understand my what I'm saying. I can paste that if you want, Mark, but it's part of the character, effectively.
No, that's fine.
When I get to the hive, I'll just wait patiently outside, almost like being invited to come into somebody's house. It would be rude to do anything, and I'll wait for the queen to appear.
Sure. Eventually, you meet with the queen of the bees.
Is this just Kalith and Ekmedenacy?
This is happening while you guys are in there.
Okay, got it.
Yep. Getting supplies.
Just checking.
And I'll kind of nudge Kalith in the ribs, kind of like, and I'll whisper, "Bow." And what?
Oh, were you going to say something else? Sorry. Kalith
No.
has seen him do this kind of stuff before, so he does what he's told.
And as the queen pops out, Ekmedenacy will do a very large, noble bow with a lot of kind of like respect, and he will say in the speech of bees, my queen, I bring you gifts. I would have a word with you if you would spare me a moment.
Oh my god, that means he's dancing.
The queen replies with an affirmative.
My queen, my friend and I are hungry. It has been several long nights. I bring gifts of flowers, but if you were willing to share a portion of your sweet liquid, I promise you that before the day is done, I will enrich the land so that the bounty of the plants in this area will grow more and more.
She buzzes about in response, and you are allowed to have some of their abundance.
Okay. And I'll very, very gently go to the hive, being very, very careful, making sure I'm not bothering the other bees, but I'll pull out two sticks, two kind of like cones or wafers of the honey, and I'll pass one to Brad or Kalith.
Kalith will take it and happily take a bite.
And the last thing I'll do is, and I'll say, my queen, the path that I am on is dangerous. What I am about to do requires allies. I know that your hive is full and prosperous, but would you perchance be able to lend me 5 of your warriors to accompany me on this journey?
5 bees fly out in affirmation.
I will pull out from my little kind of like a thing on my belt, a little jar, and I'll hold the jar out as if for the bees to make it their home.
Does the bees examine the jar to make sure that are there holes in the jar?
Yeah, there are holes in the cork lid.
Okay.
And I'll put some plants in at the bottom.
All right. They buzz into the jar, and you now have some bees that are your pets.
Okay. So do I officially have a jar of bees, Mark?
You have a jar of bees, yes.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Why do you need a jar of
Only
bees?
go bad.
You'll find out, guys.
Give me a persuasion roll, actually. I think this succeeds, but you have advantage because of your ability to chat with them in their own way.
Okay. I'm not very charismatic, but sure.
You have advantage.
Virtual tabletop not found.
Odd.
Yeah, Beyond 20 doesn't want to connect with Foundry right now.
It should. There's you may have to check the setting on your extension up at the top. And make sure that it's set to find Foundry.
I had the same problem in setting it from recognizing a certain game. I think it was called World Oredin to all Foundry games. Fixed it. Same problem.
This world only Foundry VTT tabs. Is that right? All VTT tabs. Okay, let's try it again.
There we go. Okay, every time you open up the Foundry, you need to do that.
So don't leave Foundry and then come back in. Just leave Foundry
Gotcha.
open.
All right, make a roll.
That's deception. You don't need deception.
Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Persuasion.
And one more time. You have advantage.
One more time.
Okay, that's fine. 11 is fine. I just wanted to make sure you didn't roll something so terrible that the bees start freaking out.
Gotcha. And then the next thing I'll say before I pass over is like, Kalith, do you remember the time and the wastes? Do you remember the craft that you learned?
Yes, it served me well while I was traveling.
Well, what are your plans? Where do you intend to go? What journey are you on now? Have you found your father?
I did. The meeting was unproductive, to say the least. He didn't accept me, and I had some trials recently in Twiland Hill and had to leave, and I've come to think a little differently of my time growing up with the Awathan, and so I thought I would go back and see how things are now.
And what do you plan to do now? To go back to the Awatha?
That is my general plan, but I don't have any specific plans right now.
I can tell you...
The only thing I can say for certain is I cannot go back to Twiland Hill right now.
Alas, I can also not go back to the Wastes. Maybe the two of us, we can wander together, if not for a while.
That would be, that appeals to me. I've been, as I said, my soul's a little weary right now. It would do me well to travel with a friend.
You will always be a friend Kalith.
You, being that all of your tents are next to each other, you reconvene at them with the others that you have just met. Each of you can decide how you're splitting the tents, but Corin has purchased 3, one of which Cricket has decided would be her own. The group of you maybe loosely make a camp together, considering the tents nearby. Those of you who need to eat, Corin has bought provisions, at least for him and Kalith.
I will say, feeling guilty, I will go over to Kerr and say, "Friend Kerr, where are you?" I'll kind of like shout loudly across the camp.
Kerr is actually at a campfire right now, cooking a squirrel. Stubbs! Over here!
So I see the poor squirrel, and I say, "Friend Kerr, they are only trying to get nuts for their family.
I
do not
told
need-
you they are thieves, and I will eat this one."
Cricket is counting his spoons.
And I'll kind of like shake my head and kind of like, for goodness sake, and I'll take a little piece of the honey that I had, and I'll say, "Try this, Friend Kerr. You will like it."
Sweet, yes. Will taste good on the little thief.
Honey roast squirrel, that's fine.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you, friend Stubbs.
Have you put Snaps to sleep yet?
I think he is. He was a little bit cranky. I gave him some extra water and a little extra dirt. He's a little bit happy now. I think. I hope.
I kind of see the squirrel skewered on the end of the spear and like him rotating it with his hands just over this fire.
Did you need something, Stubbs?
You said something. Which one of these people... Which one of...
things?
Yes, you do, Friend Kerr. Yes, you do. Which one of these people was near the red beacon?
Is Kalith anywhere around that I can see?
Oh, yeah. He's been hanging out with, Well, where is everybody at this point? Kerr is cooking squirrel over a fire, and Cricket is behind him counting the number of spoons he has in his armor. Ekmedenisi is standing kind of over Kerr, talking to him. But where are Corin, Kalith, and Gemwin at this time?
Corin, after probably setting up the tents, probably would have helped make the fire.
Okay.
So we could all sit around something.
Sure. So you're sitting there as well, which I'm assuming means Kalith has come up.
Yeah, I'd be sitting around the fire as well.
Sure. And Gemwin, what are you doing at this time?
Jem is being that person at like a social gathering that kind of like is standing out of the way, but manages to get in the way and just like observing everything going on. Jem would be occasionally taking notes here and there as people are discussing this and that, but never really engaging, and would probably be hovering closer to Cricket.
Okay.
Who has all of a sudden become very preoccupied with bug.
A bug?
I love it.
A bug.
A bug.
Yeah, he found it while he was counting the spoons on Kerr. It kind of flew into his vision, and now she is like watching the.
She's in full dumbass mode, just like pupils
Fully violated.
engaged.
I point over at Kalith. That the soft skin, big muscles. He was near the red beacon. Yes, he was. Smell very faint now.
Can you tell me a little bit more about this red beacon, friend Kerr?
The many-voiced god only gave us the smell and said to
Ooh.
head east for help
Real
we
quick.
would find.
Real quick, could I do a history check
Sure.
on legends regarding a red beacon?
Yeah. And then I'll let Kerr answer the question about what that is. Not Kerr in character, but Justin, you can...
22.
Would he know anything about this red beacon, or...
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay.
Kerr's red beacon was told to him by the many-voiced god, which may or may not reside in Kerr's psyche somewhere.
Okay. So in Cricket's mind, it's like red beacon, red beacon, red beacon, red beacon. Nope, nothing. Bug. All right.
Just while everybody's talking, Mark, at this point, I would probably step away from the group altogether,
Okay.
and I'd go to the forest near where I met the Queen Bee.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go to sleep. I wouldn't stay in the tents. I'll take my point of exhaustion, but I would spend 8 hours doing plant growth and basically talking to the forest and communing it to grow and become rich with life, because that was my promise I made to the Queen.
Okay. Then you spend 8 hours doing that instead of resting, and you do take a...
Yeah.
Well, give me a Constitution save.
Sure. Saving throw?
Yes, saving throw. Okay, yes, you do in fact take a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you make your way to your tents for the night to spend the evening in the campground, Corin and Kalith specifically, there are a few things from back in Twyland Hill that kind of enter your mind as you prepare to rest that evening. And if I don't tell you about them, I'm pretty sure there's somebody in the chat who's going to murder me. So, I will read these things to you. Corin, before you left Twyland Hill, you received a small brown package tied with some yarn. Inside was a letter in a tidy envelope, stamped with a wax seal of a snorting ram, a small copper toy soldier, and a child's book on fairies was in the package with the letter. As you opened the envelope, give me an intelligence save, please.
No. Okay. Not smart. Not smart.
And Mirth appears behind you as you open the letter. The damn tiefling.
What?
He's leaning over your shoulder, and he plucks the letter out of the envelope that you're holding. And begins to read it to you in a grand voice.
Does everybody hear this or just him?
No. This is back in Twyland Hill. This is another flashback that he's having to before he left.
Got it.
Occasionally, while reading the letter, Mirth stoops and pats you on the top of the head.
Do I feel this pat? Like, is he
yes.
physically there?
You certainly do.
Yeah.
Do you try to interact with him or grab him in any way as he reads the letter, or do you just let him toy with you?
What's the letter? What's the letter saying?
Guardsman, I am so displeased we did not get to spend more time together. Our color dynamic is just so beautiful. Regardless, it was a pleasure working with you. You're good with the sword. You're good with that sword of yours, and the entrance to the well would have been difficult without you. Send my regards to Captain Brightwood, though I hope I don't have to see him again for a very long time. If we meet again on better terms, perhaps you will spend less eye-oogling me from 3 feet away, and instead inquire into how I became an individual of such incredible magnitude and supreme magical talent. I would love to enlighten you, but since we are parting ways, I offer you a token instead, to keep with you and to open your mind. The story of the Tinker's Bell details a lovely little rock gnome's adventure. Give it a read for me, and tell me what you think if I ever decide to reach out. Keep that sword shiny. May Vidian's stars smile upon your travels. Regards, Mirth, law-loving citizen and savior of Twyland Hill. After you finish reading the letter, the script upon the letter disappears, and so does his form, which dissolves into a cloud of purple butterflies. What you're left with is a faded poster for Mirth's arrest that the letter was written upon.
Oh, my God.
Kalith, you receive a similar package. Your name is scrawled onto the front to distinguish it. Inside is a letter in a tidy vellum envelope with the same seal. Accompanying it are a yarn pendant with a small knitted plush of a tall tanned man hugging a purple tiefling on the end, and a bar of lavender-scented soap. Dear Kalith, you intrigue me as much as your people. We have met 2 times, and neither on the best terms. However, I welcome the experience and will cherish them. The people of the West are great warriors, but also deep thinkers and wanderers. 2 of these are lovely traits. I hope to visit them someday, but an unfortunate encounter with a 3-legged deer, a carrot, and a tradesman's behind have left the area somewhat perilous to me, so send my regards if you return at some point. I cannot help but notice my priest has recently begun swinging around an axe somewhat incompetently, and have nobody to blame but you. For the crime of forcing us to put up with such a brutish weapon, I have knitted you a small piece to remind you of our first encounter. The soap is attached to make future such situations more pleasurable for both parties. It has truly incredible exfoliation properties. Keep it away from Felix. He is small and could choke on it. I will be watching your travels. You're welcome, Mirth, your supreme and gracious rescuer. Felix, you had received another letter as well. And Kalith, your letter is written on a piece of parchment with the Wathan designs inked into it. The words of the letter disappear after you finish reading it. Felix, you receive a creamy vellum envelope containing a flap of the aboleth's skin with the letter on it, 3 silver pieces, and a small knitted plush of you with your arms outstretched, grasping a fish. When you read, let's see. Felix Fastus, you are quite small. Despite this, you have a nose for tremendous magnitude, and a cunning and tenacity twice that of your schnozzle. You are a clever little bastard, and our time together was most enjoyable. Great spells, greater drinks, and a truly magnificent finish. You would make a fine showman. The silver is my debt paid to the drinks spilled in the bar those weeks ago. It has been quite the experience to spend time with a true wizard, and I do hope to meet again someday. I wish you luck wherever your travels may take you, and if you ever want to find me, well, good luck. May Orad smile easy on your path. With warmth, Mirth, a friend. P.S. The command word for the toy is sound advice.
Oh, I immediately just put it down and sound advice.
As you say that, the plushie, in front of the plushie, a magic mouth triggers, and the plushie yells, "Kill the gnome first, bitch!"
Oh, I am so putting that on a mantle somewhere visible.
There was a letter
Cricket
for Genevieve.
immediately looks around for a gnome.
There was a letter for Genevieve as well. I'll read it, even though Jen's not here. Jen received a small teak box with the snort ram carved into the lid. Inside is a single piece of Michael's cloak with the letter written on it. 4 daggers, a pair of spectacles, and a small book titled The Silly Cyclops. Genevieve, I am omitting your last name. Writing your father's made me grimace. He should adopt more of your sprightly and worldly demeanor. Our time together has been pleasant, no matter how brief. I will be putting your terrible accuracy against a fallen opponent in my autobiography when it comes out. Other than this, you are a strong and talented young lady, and I do hope we meet again soon. Thank your brother and sister for their services, and please flaunt this poster to him whenever you need the upper hand in an argument. The gifts attached are symbols of my tremendous graciousness and generosity. I have provided a finely made knife for each strike you missed me with. Perhaps you will put them to better use in the future. The spectacles might similarly help, though I know not your eye nor head condition. Use them as you will. The book was one of my favorites as a child and details the adventures of a mighty Cyclops named Grunk. Please note, it may be several weeks overdue from the Library of Vidian, so I graciously recommend you pay them a visit. With warmth, Mirth, Master of Evasion. And Genevieve's is written on a tattered piece of Michael's cloak, and as I said, Felix a flap of vile-smelling skin from the aboleth. The letters disappear after you read them. And yeah, thanks, Kim Cicada, for giving them some letters after the evening of, well, killing an aboleth. Guys, let's take our break as you settle in for your long rest for tonight, and when we come back, we'll pick up in the camp at the morning. Awesome introductions to all the characters, and giving you some time to roleplay them out was perfect. You guys are amazing so far. So we'll be right back, and we'll be back probably, let's say 9:15. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back. Hey guys, we're back.
It's a pretty cool rogue.
We are back.
Yay!
Cur test. Curse tail keeps twitching, huh?
No, I was just testing out emotes and seeing how it worked in Foundry.
Ah. Well, we've returned. You spend the night in the campgrounds, but you were woken abruptly. It is not a you get a full night's sleep, but early morning hours, all of you are awoken very abruptly.
Mark, given that I didn't go to sleep, did I notice anything before?
You will notice, yes. You will notice as it is happening.
Yeah.
Is it something that the crossbow of warning would sound an alert for?
Yeah, just before this happens, you get a sensation in your mind.
So would everyone in 30 feet, every non-hostile would also get woken up?
Yes. You are woken up moments before the ground begins to shake. And I'm just going to switch the music really quick.
Frazzled and not even in her armor because she doesn't sleep in her armor. Cricket dashes out of she's got her crossbow and her bolts, and she's like clutching it in both hands. She says, "What on earth is going on?" And she's gonna look around. So she's got a 14 instead of a 15 armor class.
Okay.
Right now.
Each of you feel a sensation of warning kind of run through your minds just before the ground begins to shake, and it starts as a low tremor, and it begins to get more and more violent as it does. Ekmedenesi, as you finish your spell in the early hours of dawn, you begin to feel the tremoring as well. And as you look towards the campgrounds, you see cracks starting to form on one edge of the camp. Something is coming up through the ground.
Can you show me where on the map?
Oh, yeah, I'm about to.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Gem, get the fuck up, Gem.
The ground seems to be shaking.
Oh, really? Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a thing. Yeah.
shit.
Ekmedenesi, you were probably off in this direction, somewhere towards the bees.
Sure.
As the purple worm breaks through the ground, the tree in the center of the campground shifts up slightly, still remaining in the ground, but you see its entire root structure just kind of like pull up on that side of the camp. The people who were in the tents there are thrown along with the tents and scattered as the purple worm breaks through the ground and rears up at its full height, and you hear the sound of its just incredible this incredible noise that is almost indescribable and hurts the ears.
Okay.
Roll initiative. Actually, I will do that. Hold on, wait, don't do that yet. I'm gonna add you all to the combat tracker, and now you can roll your initiative.
Oh, okay. 22.
Yes. So if you want to see the turn order, you can click on the little fist up at the top of your menu there, and it will take you to the initiative order.
Can you change mine to 25?
Yes.
Thank you.
Still goes first.
And then, Brad, are you having some trouble there?
No, I got it there. Not, or am I supposed to click on the token or something?
Yeah. Just give me your initiative number, and I'll modify your initiative.
No, I'm not. 9 is right.
9 is right. Oh, perfect. There you go. Okay.
Assuming that, it automatically rolls twice for me because I have initiative. I mean, I have advantage. Short of 7 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So Juliana, you see this thing rip forth from the ground.
That's Cricket's real name, by the way.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm just letting people in chat that don't know.
Yeah. Cricket, you see this thing break through the earth as you come out of the tent, and you are shaking Gemwin to get them to come out of their sentry's rest and staring at this huge creature.
Okay. She loads the crossbow and trying to figure out the. All right, so the tree is kind of in the way here. We're gonna go ahead and move 20 feet this way and fire.
You are going to fire at the purple worm.
Yes, shouting, "Get the fuck up! Oh my god! Get the fuck up!"
Go ahead and make your attack roll. Uh, 14. Your crossbow bolt flies across the campsite with dead-sighted accuracy and slams into the scales of the purple worm, shattering, and as if it is completely impenetrable.
And bonus action hide.
Go ahead, roll yourself. Corin, you've never seen anything like this in your life. It is gargantuan. It is huge, and it is just writhing around.
As before he popped out of the ground, Corin runs out of the tent with his sword drawn, looking around, trying to see what the problem is. And then as he sees this giant worm crawl through the ground, he will look back at Kalith. You know, I wanted to see the world. This is not what I meant. And he is going to run over, if I can figure out where he goes. He's going to be in range. He's going to go right here for now.
Okay.
And ready in action for if the worm gets in his melee range, he will attack.
Okay, sounds good. Kerr, tell me about your reaction to this giant creature that has come up through the ground.
Waking up, muttering, "Snaps, be quiet. I'm trying to sleep." I take a look outside to see what the damn plant's doing this time. Oh, shit. Is it possible to get a second token?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is that invokes duplicity, right?
You have 2 Kerrs.
Curry, you cut out, bud.
I don't know why. 5, 10, 25.
So
Okay,
you channel your divinity, and the madness that walks appears.
Yeah, it's gonna move there, and bonus action, I'm going to actually move it. Whoops. Well, if I do that, stop that. 5. Damn it. 10, 15. Let's move move it over to there. And then I'm just going to slowly close the flaps most of the way so I'm still peeking out.
So you sent your double?
Yes.
Is that correct? Can you click on your double's token? And you're inside the square of the purple worm right now, actually, so you have to move back one.
Back one.
Yeah. And then I'm going to give it a little token so that I know that it is your duplicate and not actually you. There. Gemwin.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about purple worms?
It's kind of a toss-up because I think there's some stuff that would have been like preloaded, so to speak, but I don't know what that would be. So, you want a history check?
Yes, please.
Sure. Here we go.
Damn!
You know a few things, because you were built in a dwarven city and by dwarves, and there would have been information that you would have basically been prepared with. You know that purple worms tend to dig far deeper underground than this one is. This is out of its habitat. It should not be up this close to the surface. They tend to dig far, far deeper below the bones of the mountains, and for it to be up this high is unusual. The other thing is that the camp was once quite quiet over the course of the night, as everyone was asleep, and typically these monsters are attracted to loud noise. So it's odd that it has come up here. You're not sure why it's here, to be honest. But you also know that they are incredibly powerful creatures, and that typically from what you were programmed with, from what was entered into your memory banks by the artificers who built you, it takes whole squads of dwarven warriors to deal with purple worms. And you see this thing before you, and you're not so sure that this is a suitable battle to get yourselves into.
So Gem will remark to them, a purple worm. Unusual at this elevation. And attracted by something other than sound. Or being repelled. Perhaps running away from something. And then, is Cricket still close by? Oh no, she moved on.
Cricket ran and hid. You have no idea where she went.
So then Gem will say a little bit louder than their speaking voice, I think it's inadvisable to try to fight this creature. To no one in particular. And is hoping someone's going to pick up on it. But then they will raise a hand toward the worm. And a gem that is located on their forehead will start to glow. And I will cast Enlarge Reduce. I'll cast the reduced effect of Enlarge Reduce on the purple worm.
Okay.
So it's a DC 14 Constitution.
Wow.
Ooh.
It rolled a 1.
Holy shit.
It is reduced. It is reduced by what size?
Half its size in every dimension, I think, and then it's an eighth of its weight.
Okay. Let me adjust this token then.
It does 1d4 less damage with any weapons it has. I don't know what that would apply to. And its size is decreased by 1.
Its size is decreased by 1? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, it also has disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws. That's the last thing.
Enlarge Reduce doesn't change your AC anymore, does it?
I don't think so. It doesn't say that. At all.
Oh, okay. Then it doesn't.
Then, as an effect of casting a transmutation spell of first level or higher, I'll also change the effect of my transmuter stone from 60 feet of dark vision to 10 feet of movement, an increase of 10 feet of movement.
Okay. I believe there's a way for me to reduce the size of the scale of this token, so I am trying to.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? There it is. There we go. We have a smaller purple worm. As you do that, as it reduces, you see it starting to slide back into the tunnel it burrowed up through. The now reduced worm is going to kind of it sees Kerr, and it is going to tail sting the tiny creature that is next to him. 33 to hit.
Holy shit!
That is not correct.
Holy
Don't even look at that.
No, that would be
Okay.
crit. That would be crit.
Yeah, that would be crit damage. I hit the wrong button. There you go.
Only 68.
Only
Yes.
68.
And that's not the real Kerr, correct? That is your mirror
Luckily,
image?
that's just an illusion.
Okay, the illusion takes 68 points of damage and needs to make a Constitution save. Actually,
well,
wait, it reduces its damage by
illusion.
what? A D4? Or is it a die
Yeah.
size?
That's right.
Okay.
D4.
I don't know that that's going to have much of an effect on that. So does your illusion, does it just go through the illusion?
Yep.
Okay. The worm will then dive down into the ground and begin to tunnel, burrowing 30 feet. And it burrows its way. Oh, that's not... it burrows its way away from... Do what I want you to do. Away from Kerr's form, and you can see the ground all the way around the edge of the tree, like, break upwards and bubble up as the worm tunnels underneath it. And the tree, at first, where the worm first popped up, the tree like start to tilt upwards, but now as the worm skirts the edge of the tree, you see the tree starting to sink downwards into the ground. And the worm pulls back up out of the ground over here and roars this deafening sound as it does so. The entire ground continues to shake, and you see blocks of you see large portions of dirt sink into the tunnel that this worm was creating, and then a rift starting to open up. And Kalith, it is your action. Bradder.
Yep, I'm just thinking a little bit.
That's fine. I'm sorry. I just didn't know if you heard me.
Yep.
Or if you might have been, accidentally muted.
Kalith will grab Nobody's Retribution and say, well, girl, time to get back in the fray. And he will enter a rage, and while screaming a shy halud, he will move over here and do an attack.
Go ahead, make your attack.
Oof.
Oof.
Were you reckless attacking, or are you making 2 attacks?
2 attacks, sorry.
Okay. As you attack with the first blow, you can feel nobody's retribution just kind of slide across the scales of this worm, making like tiny sparks fly as it does nothing. But then, as the worm kind of rears away from you, you see a opening between a pair of its scales, and you bury your blade into it with the second blow. It's like this oozing blood begins to pour out from between the scales as you pull your great axe away, but it seems unperturbed by your strike. Is that the correct total damage, or should it be?
Yeah, I have 2 great axes plus 1 great axes in my
great
raging.
Yep.
And use it when I'm raging, so that's the right damage.
Nice, that's awesome. Ekmedenisi, you see this going on. What are you doing?
Okay, so I see this crazy beast from the deep come to the earth, and I kind of, with my staff, my shield on my arm, and my staff in both hands, I kind of did this massive strike onto the ground, and I call forth the protection of nature, and a totem of a polar bear on its 2 feet and its giant claws out appears, and I'll plant it. First of all, I'll post it in the chat so you can see what it does, Mark. Sure. And it's the bear spirit I'm going to use. So as a bonus action, you magically summon an incorporeal spirit 60 feet in front of you that you can see within 60 feet. So let me do some measurements. Yeah. And I'm basically going to put the totem right beside Kalith here.
There you go.
And then everything within the aura, and the aura is a 30-foot radius around that point.
Ah, okay. Let me give you that as well. Hold on a second. Don't do that. .30-foot radius, huh?
Yeah.
There you go.
Everybody in that radius, they get... first of all, they have advantage on strength saving throws and strength checks. And they get temporary hit points, which is 8 plus 5. So 13 temporary hit points. That's my bonus action, and it's not a spell. So I still get to... I still get to do a spell, Mark. Is that right? Because it doesn't say I use a spell slot.
Is it an ability? Is it a the spirit totem? Is that a class ability?
It is a class. Yeah, it's a spirit totem class feature.
Yeah. Then yes, you can still cast a spell as your first level as your action.
Okay. Once I see that the polar bear has been formed, I'm going to cast this spell. Oh. Go ahead.
It's 30-foot radius.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's got it on a 30-foot radius. My bad. Never mind.
Yeah.
Pat's in chat confusing me.
Yeah, that's a 30-foot radius.
Yeah, I was wrong.
I am going to cast... I'm going to look to the skies, and I'm going to use my hands to pull the clouds apart, if that makes sense. Like the image of me pulling clouds apart.
Sure.
And I'm going to cast Ice Storm.
Okay, so it needs to make a save.
So it needs to make a saving throw.
15.
Yeah.
And it is a Is it
So
on one
it's-
creature or is it an area effect?
It's an area. I'll post the whole spell in the chat again so you can read it.
Actually, it does it. When you roll it, I can just if you click that little arrow next to the name on Foundry, it will pull it'll show the spell.
Yeah.
So it is a
20-foot radius.
40-foot high cylinder.
Yeah.
Great.
So basically, everybody outside, just the purple worm, basically.
So 20-foot radius. This would be a 20-foot radius centered on the worm.
Not centered on the word, so like the outside edge would be on the worm.
Understood.
Okay. If that makes sense.
Let me find that sphere.
There really isn't one.
There is,
But
right,
he would
right there. that would be the spot.
Yeah, that's fine. It gets the worm. Nobody else is in it.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to be argumentative, but except for the people in the tents.
Yes.
Couldn't it move one more over to the left?
Yeah, it could be right there.
Get less people in the tent?
Yeah, it would still get the people in those tents.
Okay. I'm not particularly worried about it. So,
Okay.
as in like,
No.
my what's that? Oh no, no. My worry is for the new people that I've met, and I assume that after this worm appeared, the worm basically trailed through half the tents anyway as he went through to that side.
Oh, to be fair, that illusion can't take damage anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So you could move it like more in.
It's not an illusion.
Kerr is an illusion.
No, the illusion of Kerr.
Of Kerr.
Yeah, exactly. So you can move it in towards a few more feet. Yeah, keep going.
That
yeah,
would,
that's it.
that would just
out-
miss Kalith.
Yeah, just miss Kalith.
Right there,
exactly.
that would just miss Kalith.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Exactly.
you can put it back.
Hey,
So-
he only hits one person.
So he missed his saving roll, so he takes a total of 27 damage, 17 cold damage, and 10 bludgeoning damage as huge pelts of ice smash him.
Yeah, and he's going to take the 27. It's going to take the 27 damage from your strike. As the
I have to say that the area that zone is also difficult terrain now.
yes,
just
I
so
was
you know.
trying to see if I can change the color of this one, and I believe I can.
If you have Mark make it, excuse me, if you have Steven make it, I think it automatically comes up as his color.
It probably would. Yes. Why is this not letting me change the color of it right now, though? There we go. There. So that's the ice storm. Okay. The illusion of Kerr is getting pelted and doing nothing. Juliana?
Well, she's going to go ahead and she's going to attack from hiding. I don't know if it sees her or not.
You're pretty sure it has no idea where you are.
Do I get advantage
Uh-huh.
from being unseen?
You do.
All right, cool. Gonna go ahead and shoot.
That will hit. You get...
Let me go ahead and roll the second one. Nope. Okay.
But you
So that
still-
is
Go ahead.
28 damage.
Yes.
28 sneak attack damage.
Yep. You get a nice hit in between the plates of its scales. What are you doing next?
All right. Well, then she's gonna be like, gem, 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 and then hide again.
And she has attached herself to the Warforged. Congratulations.
Yep. Let me go ahead and roll for the stealth check.
Go for it. Ooh.
Oop.
Ooh. Corin.
Alright. Now seeing that this thing has burrowed away from him, Corin is going to run. How far can I go? Yeah, I can make it. Corin is now going to run over here, get in the way, and make his 2 attacks. But he is going to use Fighting Spirit for advantage. And could I, since I have 2 attacks, does that mean I could use the circlet and attack?
No.
No? Okay.
Circlet of
Activating
Blessing
magic items in
is-
action.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Then I will just use my Fighting Spirit for advantage and attack twice with Great Weapon Master as well. That's 1.
Go ahead. That will definitely.
That's a
hit.
20. And
So it does 23 points of damage instead, right?
23 points of damage, yes.
Okay.
And that didn't... Did that roll again?
It rolled twice. No, I didn't get the second attack.
There we go.
That's 17.
And that's a 13.
The 13 will plink off of its scales as you hit it with your greatsword. Are you action surging? If you do, you would continue to get the advantage from your fighting spirit. On the next 2
I might as
attacks.
well. I'll action surge as well, and another 2 attacks.
That will hit for 24 damage. And you get 1 more strike. That one will miss, unfortunately.
No, I miss. Alright.
Because you were still using Great Weapon Master, correct?
Yep, great the entire time. So 24 and yeah, 23.
So you make some deep cuts into this thing, even though a couple of your strikes glance off. And it is...
Wait, actually, I also have Savage Attacker, where I could reroll 1 damage. For per turn, I could reroll 1 damage. Never mind, it's fine.
Yeah, they're all better than that, right?
Yep, they're all better.
Okay. And this thing is at... let's see. Let's zoom in here. I gotta see its little thing here. It is bloodied at this point, as you've struck it a number of times. Kerr? It's ignoring your illusion. Well, it tried to hit it first.
That's okay, I think. First off, bonus action. I will move my illusion up to there. And it's gonna stare at the purple worm and take in a deep breath, and like a tiny, tiny little Godzilla, he's going to... Oops, where did it go? How do I do that? Blast a guiding bolt.
With the 19, the first one.
Yeah, I don't know why it did it twice.
I don't know why it did twice, but I'll take the first one, the 19 with the 11 damage, which will still hit. It takes the 11 damage as your illusion spits guiding bolt radiantly out of its mouth, flying across and slamming into the purple worm. Do you have anything else you're doing, Carl?
Nope.
Alright, on initiative 21, it is Gemwin. Uh-oh. I went the wrong way. Hold on. There we go. Gemwin, you see the tiny guiding bolt slam into it, and what do you do?
Yeah, I will call out, Cricket, it is a giant purple worm. It's far too high at this level. It shouldn't be this close to the surface. And then, is it cool to ask questions above game? I don't like.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about that much. Yeah, like I don't want to metagame or whatever. But
Yes, absolutely.
how are we feeling about the reduce? Because I feel like it's not doing a ton, other than it being small and having
It is smaller, but it's not having much of an effect on like It's that
The one
slam
before.
with its tail that it did to that illusion seemed just as dangerous as it would have been before.
Right. And then there's the strength and saving throw disadvantage. That's not. But yeah, that's not the best. Second question: if I action surge, can I cast more than one spell in the same turn?
Yes.
You can. Yes.
Okay.
You can. The only time there's a restriction is if you cast a spell as a bonus action, the only thing you can cast the rest of the turn are cantrips. But if you action surge, you can cast 2 spells.
Solid.
We actually looked this up recently.
The
Yeah, like
creator
the
also
rules.
tweeted that.
What's that?
Oh, Crawford.
Whoever I can't remember his name, but one of the creators tweeted that you can do 2 spells as long as one is not a bonus action.
Yep. If you do a bonus action, then all other spells have to be a cantrip. What? So, what are you doing, Jimwin?
Yeah, I'm not actually entirely certain.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna drop reduce. I'm gonna move because I'm far too close to that thing. Okay. Then I will cast Erupting Earth.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll cast Erupting Earth on it. It's a dexterity saving throw, same DC. It takes 3d12 on a fail, half.
Okay.
Save.
If you cast the spell, it'll actually throw it into the chat. Thanks for following, Captain Pax. That's awesome. There it is.
Cool.
So it rolls a 1 on its dex save. And it is a 20-foot cube, right? Okay, cool. There it is. It is going to take 3d12 damage. Do you want to hit the damage button on the spell, and we'll see how much damage it takes? 22.
Woo!
Nice.
Nice.
It takes 22 damage as the earth around it explodes. The ground in that area becomes, which it already was, difficult terrain, but the trench that it dug plus the area around it just explodes into like flying pieces of rock and ground. The tree kind of like bounces up a little bit and then lands further down into the hole that this worm has been digging and creating. The ground begins to shake again after the spell erupts. Gemwin, are you doing anything else on your turn? Or are you doing another action?
Yeah, I'm gonna action surge and then I'm gonna cast Fireball.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, if we have something else coming, I want this thing to not be here.
All right.
Yeah, so same thing, DC 14 Dexterity.
Sure.
Where?
In the same spot that you cast Erupting Earth, is that?
No, I'll put it here.
Okay. The tents explode with flame, and people come crawling out of them, terrified. And the tents are. Steven just said in chat, it wasn't me. People come crawling out of them, and running away, horrified.
We are really killing the mayor on this.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he did it. He used it.
It's Thieves' Cant. It's canon now.
God.
For future reference, do we mess with the y-axis at all? Like, could I have cast it higher?
Yes, you can. You can cast it higher. So if you wanted to cast it so that it wouldn't hit the tents and it was up higher, and could hit the worm still, you can do that.
No, I'll let it stick to this one. But now that I know, I'll do it in the future. Yeah.
No problem.
And that's it.
You dropped the concentration spell, right? So it's full sized again. Okay. How much damage do you do with the fireball?
Oh, I totally forgot about damage.
Did it roll its save?
It rolled a 9, and it's going to take 26 fire damage. The worm, Gemwin, right after your turn on initiative 20, the fireball explodes. The tree is on fire, and the tents are on burning. People are running for their lives, and after the ground shakes again when the fireball goes off, and suddenly the worm begins to slide down into the earth, and as it does, the tree collapses in and follows it. Kalith, everybody make dexterity saves, and I will tell you what happens.
Oh no.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Okay.
Is there a danger sense advantage? Yes or no?
Absolutely danger sense advantage. You can see the purple worm sliding into the ground. Oh, Gemwin.
Is this a trap?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Oh no.
So Kerr rolls a 21, Corin rolls a 15, Gemwin rolls a 3, Kalith is an 18, Ekmedenisi is 11, and
Yeah, I have disadvantage, so it's the 11.
okay, and Cricket is a 15. Okay, for those of you who rolled 15 or higher, I will tell you what happens for you, and for the rest, I will tell you what happens for you. As the tree falls in to the ground and tumbles down, the entire area becomes a sinkhole, and the entire campsite starts falling into the ground as the ground just opens up into this huge hole. Those of you who rolled a 15 or higher are left see this happening, and Kalith, you jump and grab kind of the edge of the earth, and as you do, it's like slipping through your hands, but you haven't fallen yet, and as you look down, you can see that it just falls away into absolute darkness down below. The worm has now continued to fall out of sight, and so has the tree. They just tumble down, down and down and down. Those of you who didn't make the save, you're very far away, aren't you, Ek?
Yeah, I'm a lot. I'll tell you now how far I am away.
You're quite far away. You fall to the ground as the ground begins to shake and quake immensely as this happens. You fall prone and are holding onto the ground. Gemwin, you fall and are tumbling down, following the tree and the worm, and you are just falling into this abyss, into the oblivion below. And so is Corin made it. Everybody else, I believe, is just holding on for dear life to the ground around them. And you are hanging on as this abyss opens before you. And then the ground continues to break apart. Those of you who made the save are falling away on pieces of earth that you have grabbed onto, just tumbling into blackness. And
Can I
go ahead.
Can I do something, Mark?
What would you like to do?
If it's coming to my turn, I know it's somebody else's turn first.
Yeah.
But when it gets to my turn, I'd like to wild shape into a giant eagle and fly into the sinkhole and see if I can catch somebody before they land and grab them, if that makes sense.
Sure. When it gets to your turn, I will let you know.
Okay.
Okay. The worm is flailing and falling into open cavern. Kalith, you are holding on to this chunk of earth as you plummet down. Gemwin is in free fall down below you. You can just see his metallic form glinting from the sunlight that's coming up from above and just falling into the darkness above the purple worm and the tree. I don't know what or if there's much you can do. but what would you like to try?
Back when the fireball went off, that kind of reminded Kalith of the whole survivors of Anchor thing. So when some people came crawling out of their tent, he would have used his spirit shield to reduce one of their damage, if that makes a difference.
Absolutely, yeah. You shield them with your spirit guardians as they begin to run away. It seemed like the tents took the blunt of the blow for the people that as they scurried out, but yes, you definitely are able to protect some of them with your guardians.
And in that case, not really anything. Or just free falling. You said basically.
You're like on this chunk of rock, like halfway on, halfway off, and the chunk of rock is just kind of free falling. And you see Gemwin below you, and below that you see the tree, and even further below that you see the purple worm. And they're just falling into darkness. You are quickly reaching terminal velocity.
Well, since I am not attacking, my rage will end, and then Kalith will just start praying to the spirits.
Understood. As you pray to the spirits, give me a religion roll. You're praying to the spirits, but your mind is spinning as you kind of tumble through the earth, and your rage leaves you, and so do your spirit guardians as they dissipate into the darkness. It's your action. Ek.
Oh, yeah. So I am going to wild shape into a giant eagle.
Okay.
And I am going to, first of all, I'll move. My flying speed is 80 feet.
Okay.
So, who all's in the hole, by the way?
Everybody.
At the moment. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Then I'm going to go, as he was the last one that fell, I'll fly 55 feet towards Kalith.
Okay.
And then the remaining 65, 27... 25 feet down. Mm-hmm. Will I be able to catch him?
25 feet down. I will tell you that the ring of posts that you see on this map is about the size of the hole, so you can literally jump off and dive downward at an angle instead of having to fly that way and then down. Does that make sense?
Oh, perfect. Then that would be. Let me measure it. Then I'd be, So would I be able to catch him in time before he hit the ground is my question.
You can catch Kalith, and the disturbing thing is you don't see the ground.
Oh, wow. So that's what I would do. I would go into the hole as a giant eagle, and I would grab Kalith with one giant claw.
Okay.
Before he,
You grab Kalith and kind of pull up a bit, and Kalith, it seems that the spirits are still with you, as you are rescued by this giant eagle. I'm going to describe what happens from this point, because the rest of you are basically free fall.
I had a thing I wanted to do.
Go ahead.
Or try it, if that's okay.
Yes. What would you like to try on your action, Cricket?
Okay, I would like to combine feline agility with my climb speed to try and jump from falling chunk of earth to falling chunk of earth to get to Gem.
Okay, cool. You begin jumping from these pieces of broken ground until you reach Gem, who is kind of like tumbling head over heels, end over end, in complete free fall.
And as I get to him, because this would be less than my move action, as I'm getting to him, I say, "Make me bigger, make me bigger, make me bigger." And while I'm doing that, I'm going to take my 50 feet of rope, which is tied to a grappling hook, and I'm going to make a survival check to tie it around Gem.
Okay, go ahead and roll a survival. Go ahead, survival. You can use survival to do that. Sure. You throw the grappling hook as you bound across piece of earth to piece of earth, and you throw it, and it swings and wraps around the Warforged body, and you make a strength roll. Make a strength save.
Can I hold that strength save until he casts Enlarge on me?
Does he go next? He doesn't go next.
He does not go next.
Give me a strength save real quick, for now.
Strength save or check? It doesn't matter. It's all negative
I
one.
will tell you what happens.
I will say though, Mark, the strength save has advantage because he's within the bear put with him. If he's still within
I
that
didn't
area.
start there.
Oh, okay. Doesn't
Or
matter.
I did, but not when you cast it, so I don't get the advantage.
No, but you moved into it.
You moved into it though.
Would I get it?
Yeah.
It says when you...
Yeah.
Oh, does it say when you
Oh.
start your turn there, or does it say...
Oh.
No, it says anything that was in... Okay, so the
No.
bear spirit grants you and your allies each creature of your choice in the aura when the spirit appears. Oh, it says they gain it while in the aura. Sorry. Temp hit. Nope, 2.
Okay, so you're standing on this block of earth, and you grapple the Warforged, and as he falls, you fall, boom, prone on the block of earth. You don't fall off it, you just kind of like fall onto it and huff, and the wind gets knocked out of you. But you're kind of holding on to this, and you have the rope in like on you and grappled around Gemwin as you're falling. Corin, what are you doing?
So I just wanted to double check. For my common magic item, I sent to a DM asking if it could be a feather token of Featherfall.
Yes, and it is.
So it can be?
Yep.
Alright. So when I see Gemwin falling, can I dive after him and grab him? And then as soon as I grab him, activate my Featherfall token?
I'm sorry, who are you grabbing as you fall?
Gemwin.
Sure.
Because he's falling in.
He's falling,
I think
and you see this grappling hook wrap around him. You think Featherfall what?
Featherfall is a radius. It's
Not
if
the
you're
token.
within a
Not-
certain...
I don't think the token is.
No, it's a
Doesn't it
token.
just-
It's me.
Yes.
So I would have to hold him up.
Okay.
So would I be able to jump in after him, make like a athletics check to grab him, and then we would fall at 60 feet per round?
Yes. I'm really sorry. I had to. I got a message from my wife at work, so I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Can you repeat
Is
what you
it?
said? Yes, everything's fine.
All right, good.
Can I dive in after Gemwin,
Yes.
make an athletics check to grab him,
Yes.
and then as soon as I have a hold of him, activate my feather token?
Yes, and the feather token says, what does Featherfall explicitly say?
Small metal disc is inscribed with the image of a feather. When you fall at least 20 feet while the token's on your person, you descend 60 feet per round and take no damage for the falling.
Okay. No problem.
Would he be farther than 20 feet down the hole?
Down into the hole? Not from you.
Yeah, you fell-
Not-
You fell
Because
shortly. He
Okay.
fell completely, and you were able to hold on to the rock and then fall. So he I don't think he's more than 20 feet away from you, though.
Okay. Then athletics check, I guess?
Yeah, give me an athletics check. Yeah, you grapple Gemwin as you fall, and Cricket make a strength save.
Can
Would
I
this
make
be
it
with
an
advantage because we're now
acrobatics check?
falling slower?
Well, you hit Gemwin, right? Or are you grabbing Gemwin as the token activates?
I'm grabbing Gemwin, and I'm assuming this would be pretty much at the barrier of where the feather token would activate.
Okay. You feel the slight tug of Corin suddenly grabbing onto Gemwin, and then his token activates and slows the fall, preventing you from needing to do the make the strength check.
The Featherfall menage a trois.
Right. I was just gonna ask if I could have made it an acrobatics instead,
Sure.
but
Yeah, but you don't need to make the check because of the feather token.
yeah.
Kerr, you're falling.
Alright, so. I saw a giant eagle grab Kalith. Yes?
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
The giant.
And-
Go ahead.
And Corin just got hold of Gemwin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gemwin is double grappled.
Grab my hand.
Actually, I'm gonna. Look over at Gemwin. Save them. We will be fine. And I polymorph Gemwin into a giant eagle.
The rope snaps as Gemwin becomes a giant eagle, and you watch as your grappling hook tumbles into the darkness when the rope breaks. And Corin, you are suddenly holding on to a huge bird.
So am I in free fall then?
You're still holding on to this this piece of earth that you had jumped onto before grappling him with the grappling hook. You're just kind of like falling on that.
That's okay. I got another idea.
Gemwin, you're an eagle.
I'm an eagle.
Yeah, you're a giant eagle.
So would it work differently for me as a Warforged? Would I be like mechanical?
Ooh.
Let's say yeah, that would be cool.
That's the cooler option, right? Yeah. Oh, it's my turn too.
It is your turn, yes.
Gemwin, I'll be
what?
fine. Get Kerr.
Yeah, how's Kerr looking? Because Kerr did that on freefall, right?
Yeah, Kerr did that in freefall.
Okay, so I'm gonna redirect myself in the air, try to swoop under Kerr, and then Kerr. Everyone else is good, right? I think.
I'm holding
nope.
on to you.
Yeah,
He's like,
Kerr is
Dear
like,
life now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I turned myself in the air, but not too abruptly, so I don't knock Corin off. But
I also said that I would be fine.
What's that?
Okay.
Oh, you said you'd be
I also
fine.
said, yes, I said that I would be fine.
Okay, Cricket is falling on this stone piece of rock that he's just like that she is just kind of like grabbing onto in a prone position, like digging her claws into the ground as she falls.
Okay.
It's
So
very possible it's falling faster than I am.
I'll ascend in that case. I'll ascend toward Cricket
Sure.
and try to, without puncturing her, grab her and fly past the area that's eroding.
Okay. You grab Cricket and you fly back up in the direction of where the hole began to break. As you are as you're flying up and you see the other giant eagle, which is also flying through, you hear down below you a loud splash as the purple worm slams into water down below, and then you hear a second loud splash as the tree falls into the same body of water. Who has dark vision?
Me.
Who said me?
And yeah, Cricket and Kerr.
Okay.
Yep.
Now
Was it dark? Was it dark when we came out of the tent, or was it dawn?
No, there was light. There was light of dawn coming up. But as you look down, you kind of those of you with dark vision can kind of see down below, not only a source of water, but possibly a structure.
How far?
Just on the edge of your dark vision.
Oh, yes! All right, awesome. You hear a delighted squeal from Cricket.
Yeah, as you're hanging from the claw of Gemwin, who has swooped upwards to take you back out of this hole, you realize there's something down there to go look at.
Take us down!
Do I understand?
Yeah, you've got an intelligence of 8.
It's a giant eagle.
I can't respond though, can I?
You can caw. You can have a metallic caw.
Yeah, I made a call that gets as close as a bird can get to why would I do that in tone?
Yeah, you can hear the questioning intonation in the caw.
You see her loading her crossbow because she's got claws in her, right now.
Not in you, but like you're sort of wrapped by the eagle's claw.
Right. You see her furiously loading her crossbow, and there's treasure down there. I can feel it.
Okay, yeah. Jem will let out an exasperated caw, and then head down.
Oh man.
Okay.
I'm just gonna snipe it while it still had advantage on it, because nobody hit it after guiding.
Oh, go ahead. It's falling. You can hit it before it hits the water.
It's on the edge of my dark vision. It's still in range.
With advantage.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'll use my psionic dice to re-roll one of those ones for the d6.
Okay.
All right, so that 9 is actually 13. So that's 20 points of damage.
Okay. It is now nearly dead before it ever hits the water. So by the time it splashes into the water below and takes the blunt force falling damage, it is not moving. Kalith, you are being held by the giant eagle that is, you can only assume, your druid companion. I don't know what you plan to do, but you are saved.
Yeah, I would just be held. You can do your thing.
Okay. And for you, what are you doing, Ekmedenisi? God, I'm gonna have trouble saying that name the entire time for the first 2 weeks.
Note to self: every time I'm going to build a new character, they're all going to be in a foreign language.
I hate everything about everything that you say all the time.
Real quick segue. You want to know what my other plan was? Gwen hadn't, or if Jem hadn't caught him, or hadn't caught her.
I have no idea. What would your other plan have been?
To get inside the purple worm before it hit.
Oh my god!
And use it as a crash pad.
Oh jeez. What are you doing, Steven?
All right. So I'm basically flapping up to the top of the hole.
Okay.
I've got 80 feet, so I'll go as far away from the hole as I can, and then gently drop Kalith down on the ground.
Okay.
And then I'll just hover up, and if there's nobody else down there, I'll just, in midair, flap my wings and just make sure there's nothing else that needs saving.
You swoop back up and place Kalith down on the ground, and you can kind of circle slightly as you look down, but it seems like the only one who's still falling is Kerr, but he has a gleeful expression upon his face.
Okay. Kerr doesn't look like he wants saved.
Yes, not by the no. You.
Oh no, I'm loudly giggling.
Yes.
Gotcha. I have a question though. With my keen sight as a giant eagle, can I see snaps?
Yeah, you can see snaps. Snaps is also in free fall.
Is snaps a different free fall to what Kerr is?
Yes. Kerr doesn't realize snaps is in free fall. Snaps fell out of the tent.
Okay, if I have enough movement, I would like to go down and try to catch snaps.
Okay. Kerr, you're giggling wildly as Ek in eagle form flies in your direction, and you get the sudden fear that he's going to grab you, and he flies right past you, and as you kind of flip in the air, you watch as he scoops your plant out of the sky, and rescues snaps from its fall.
Oh, thank you, Stubbs.
It'll
be nice to you for that.
I will just call.
Oh god. Cricket, you're being held by Giant Eagle Gem. As you begging Gem to descend.
Gem. There's treasure down there, I promise.
Think of all the things we could find.
Oh, based on how far it is, and that I can barely see it, what can you tell me about its architecture? I have the historical knowledge. You can correctly ascertain its original purpose and determine its builders.
Sure.
It just has to be a known race.
And I shall tell you what you see. You see, on one side, kind of carved out is a fallen monolith that is broken. You also see some squarish stone structures protruding out of cavernous rock in just a place or two here or there. But what can you make out about it? It's just kind of dark shapes. It could be some kind of dwarf.
I'm going to lie then. I'm going to say, Jen!
Draconic architecture!
So Gem is pretty, I think, as a character, susceptible to like calls to adventure, and discovery and that sort of thing as it is. But they're also a lot simpler as a giant eagle. So I think it works.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and Cricket, if you want, you can make a deception roll. But it's up to you. I think it's going to work, even if you just take your passive deception and passive insight as a giant eagle. I think you're right. I think that it would call your attention pretty heavily to it. Corin, you are still holding on for dear life as Cricket is calling for the eagle to descend.
Yeah.
You see nothing. You just see black.
I can't see anything. As I'm holding on to Gem before he turns into as he's turning into the eagle, clear shock comes over Corin's face as, again, this is new for him. And he screams out, "I should never have left Twyland Hill!"
No, probably not.
And he still holds on.
Okay.
Just freaked out. There's nothing really he can do besides keep his grip.
Sure. Car, you are laughing and falling. Tell me what you do.
We are eyeing that building. How far away is it?
It's just outside. It's just around the view of your dark vision, like just on the edges of it. So 60 feet, right?
Oh. Dimension door. I'm at the very top of it.
Okay. Do you? I'll put you on the map when we get there. Exactly where you are. Gem.
Yeah, I'll use my movement speed and my action. Oh, it's 60 feet, right? And is the 80 feet thing just for polymorph, or do I have that too?
Yeah, you have the eagle's speed. So if it's 80 feet of flying, you also have it. So you fly down to where you see Car as you get closer. Just this kind of tiny dancing shape. And and you can land. You don't really. It's hard to see because it is pitch black for the most part, but you can kind of see the difference in the darkness between the surface of the water and some areas of open ground.
So I'll use the 60 feet to get there, and then maybe hover a little bit to find a safer place.
Sure.
To discern a safer place for Cricket.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then land.
Kalith, you're just kind of standing at the top, wondering where everybody is.
Sorry, I was muted. I'd probably run over to the tents over. Well, you can't do the little circle thing, huh?
Everything inside the everything inside that ring of
30
of
feet?
posts. Everything inside the ring of posts on the map, like these little.
Oh, okay.
The little posts, and you can do the circle thing actually. If you click and hold on any point on the map, you should be able to.
Oh, you have to hold a little longer.
Yeah. Everything within that ring of posts has fallen into the ground at this point.
Oh, yeah, then I'm just standing there.
Yeah, you're just kind of standing there, like, wondering what's going on. What do you do, Ek?
So I fly out of the hole with snaps in hand, and as I come out of the hole, I call towards Kalith. Do I see that Kalith? I have Kalith's attention.
Yeah, I'm sure. Kalith.
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
Kalith, does he get your attention?
Yes.
Okay, and so like while I'm swooping in, I'm like 5 feet away from Kalith. I drop snaps into Kalith's hand.
I will attempt to catch him.
All right, go ahead and make making dexterity. I guess it's athletics. You can make an athletics to catch it. Yeah, you snatch snaps out of the air by the pot as he is tossed to you.
That's my action.
That's your action. You fly up and toss him snaps.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Juliana, Cricket, as Gem flies down, you can see more clearly what you're looking at. So I'm going to take us over to the map below. I don't know if you guys will be able to see anything at all. It might just be a black screen right now.
Nope.
You can't see anything?
Oh, see it all.
Nope.
Nothing.
I can see. Oh,
You can
No.
see everything?
no,
That
I'm
is a
on
big black
Twitch.
screen.
Yeah, don't be on Twitch.
I'll log off Twitch.
I mean, you can be in the chat. Just don't be in the,
Gotcha.
pop out the chat or whatever.
Yeah.
So, Kerr, I will put you down. You're not going to have any vision at all. You'll have...
As she gets down, she's like pats herself a little bit and goes, "Oh shit! My armor!"
You have 60 feet of dark vision, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm gonna put you down where you land, right there. So that should give you 60 feet of vision in total darkness.
I was going to do it like on top of the building.
I know that, but if I put you there, it will mess with the dynamic lighting. So I'm just gonna put you right
okay.
next to where you landed. Okay.
I cannot see still.
I know. I haven't put you on the map yet.
Got it.
So Gem has no dark vision. Is that correct? Who has dark vision?
I think it's just me and Kerr.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Loxodons get dark vision.
I don't think we do. No, I'm not even there. I'm up top.
Oh, yep. It's just you and me. That's rough.
Yeah, it's just the two of us. This is gonna be awesome.
Oh, the squares are off. That's stupid. Okay. And then I guess I will put Gem and Corin down here, next to each other. You guys will only have like. Why do you have dim vision?
Who?
Gem. Shouldn't have. Okay, there. So that should only give you no vision at all.
Haha, we're normal in darkness.
Real quick,
Mm-hmm.
before we move on, can I just spend whatever time it takes to find?
I'd like to find my bag of shit, please.
Sure. You can give me an investigation roll.
Okie dokie. My passive is higher than that, but yeah. I don't know if that matters or not.
You see a bunch of stuff from the camp just floating in the water with the purple worm and chunks of ground. You might be able to find it somewhere in there.
Alright. Well, I'm going to spend as much time as it takes to find my stuff.
So, how long do you guys stay up there before realizing that the rest of the party is not following you? Ek and Kalith.
So who's up top?
You're talking to the other guy. Sorry.
What's that?
Is X still flapping around as an eel?
Yeah.
I'll just kind of be circling the edge of the thing, seeing if I can see. I'll put my night vision goggles on and see if that helps any. Probably too deep.
It is too deep to see, yeah.
Is me and Kalith the only ones up top?
You are the only ones up top.
And where's Gemwin in eagle form?
Down below. Somewhere.
Okay, so I'll land beside Kalith, and I'll just, still in eagle form, I'll look to Kalith in the eyes, and I'll look down the hole, and I'll look back to Kalith, and I'll say, "Call."
Caliph will shrug her shoulders and say, I'd hate to leave Corin down there by himself. Might as well.
Okay. Then I will... oh god, Snaps. Okay, then I'll take Kalith in one claw, and I'll take Snaps in the other claw, and I'll gently float down and glide down to the bottom.
Okay.
And once I'm down the bottom, I'll stop my eagle form,
All right.
and I'll go back to Loxodon form.
Kerr, are you still having Gem polymorphed at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will...
Caliph has 60 feet of dark vision with the goggles on.
Okay, I will put you on the board with your 60 feet of dark vision.
Splish, splash, splish, splash. Fuck. Where is it?
Okay.
God damn it!
I
You
don't
can't-
have dark vision.
Yes, so you shouldn't be able to see anything.
I see black. Well, no, I see a slight gray, tiny Loxodon.
Yes, that's you.
Okay.
You can hear splashing in the water nearby, as and you can hear the voice of Cricket as she goes looking for her things.
Do you have a torch, my friend?
That's a good question.
If you have a pack, if you have the pack of starting equipment.
Yeah, I got a torch and a tinderbox.
A torch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's somewhere in the water.
Oh, that's might be. Well, no, he was not. He didn't sleep in the camp, so he might be
No.
the only person with
Oh
his
yeah,
pack.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'll light a torch.
Okay. Do you have more than? If you have more than one, you can always.
Oh, I have my robe.
I've got 10 torches. I'll pass it to whoever wants it.
Okay. So Corin and well, Gemwin is still in. Why is this being that way? What is going on here? So you both see this. I guess you'll be able to see his torch. So torches are 20 feet of bright and 20 feet of dim, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So yeah, can you? No, you guys can't see his light. That's. Oh, I know why. Hold on.
If he's passing them out, I'll take one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually,
Is it just us that fell, or are there other campers that fell too?
there. It looks like there were others who fell as well, but they are floating in the water.
No survivors?
Oh,
Well, you fell.
Well,
You fell more than you fell for a little while before Cricket could actually see anyone on the edge of their dark vision. There.
Okay.
Now, why? Wait, what? Corin, can you see everything?
she's also not going to waste any
I
time.
can't see anything.
She's going to loot the bodies.
Okay.
Mark, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I just need to be
Oh, no, I can
get a
see.
drink.
Go for it. Okay. So I'm gonna assume that Ek passes you a torch. If you
Yeah.
So now everybody should be able to see what they would be seeing with their type of vision. All around you. Good night,
Well. Good night, Kim.
Kim. All right. You land at the entrance of this structure. Outside, it is mostly still uncarved rock and natural formations, but within the structure ahead, you can see that it is well, made by sentient hands.
Do you want me to give you another investigation check?
Yeah, as you're starting to see more, especially as people light up torches and your dark vision kicks in a little better, you begin to search around. Go ahead and make an investigation roll. You find several tangled tents, and inside of them, inside of one you start to find your pack. So
I'm also going to loot any bodies that I come across.
sure, you get a few coins out of them, but not a lot. Most of the stuff is mundane traveling equipment.
Right. Any rations?
Sure,
We don't know how long we're going to be down here.
absolutely, you can get some rations.
How many
Can I go
would
look
you
for
say?
my pack as well?
Yeah, as long as you keep your torch above the water.
How deep is the water?
Cricket went into the water, and it was probably about chest deep for Cricket.
Oh yeah, I'll easily.
She's
see
also
the water
short,
then.
so it's probably like...
Yeah. So I'll start looking around.
Kalith will look around too, check for survivors, even though he knows it's unlikely.
Yeah.
But he'll look for equipment at the same time.
These people, those few campers who fell into the sinkhole, were broken by the fall. Unfortunately, Kalith.
5.
Aren't you a city watchman? Shouldn't you be good at investigation?
Yeah.
After she finds her stuff, she's not even gonna. Well, she's gonna drag it out of the water, shake it out, make sure that it's like all there and that her stuff's all there. It's probably all waterlogged.
Sure. If you guys take
For the most part.
If you guys take your time, you eventually can find your things, search through the survivors, or search through the victims of the fall, and gather a few extra rations. Most of them were sleeping in their tent, so they don't really have anything on their person. But as you're digging through these tents and packs and just all this debris that's kind of in this water below, you get a few extra rations, and you can figure out what you have once you get it all to shore.
And then I'm going to look for the wreckage of the large tent. There's a coin box I aim to pilfer.
You're going to have to dig further into the water.
Right. So after she finds her stuff, grabs a little piece. It looks like a little piece of gum. She pops it into her mouth, and she chews, and then blows it up, and a big bubble wraps itself around her head
And gives her an hour of breathable air.
Oh my god. Okay, what are the rest of you doing while Cricket does this?
I will have gone up, gathered all the bodies, brought them onto the shores, and laid them on their backs, and basically put them all out of the water so they're not just sitting there rotting.
Okay.
And then I would have gone over to the purple worm and chipped off a scale and put it in my bag.
Okay, cool.
I would have helped Garen. I would have Corin with the bodies, and then just kind of scout the edges here a little bit.
Okay.
I would have probably made my way to Gemwin, but like kind of like as Kalith and Corin were dragging the bodies to the shore, I'd probably be going to the bodies and like closing their eyes and just muttering a few quiet words at each of them.
Okay.
And then as I notice kind of Cricket basically pilfering everything, I kind of like, I'm beside Gemwin and I'm kind of like shaking my head and I say, humans.
How long?
To be fair,
how long does
quick question.
polymorph last? I need to know that. For this.
An hour.
Okay. Gemwin is still a bird.
Oh, okay. He still understands
quick.
trauma. Go
I think I'm in dim light for you. I mean, Grant. Okay, I guess I haven't really been. So never mind.
Everybody can see from their token's perspective, so Ek knows what he can see.
Right. All I'm saying is that anything that I'd be doing, if I was trying to hide it, he'd have disadvantage in dim light.
That's very
Are
true.
you trying to hide it?
But you said you were going and
No, I just said I just said I wasn't. I
Okay,
just said I
that's
wasn't.
fine, that's
So
fine.
I got nothing.
All right.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just be kind of like, up beside the mechanical eagle, and I'll just be kind of like shaking my head and saying like just large sigh and say, a lot of these creatures don't know what's important. What is gold to nature? What use do we have this in this life or the next? And I'll just sigh and I'll continue closing the eyes of the dead.
I'm just
Seeing him talk to the giant mech eagle, I'll drop the spell. It's like, oh yes, forgot about that.
Also, by the way, I do speak to birds. I can speak to animals. So
yes, you can.
he can understand me, and I can understand him.
Constructs too.
When Kalith takes his head around this corner, what is this thing down here?
Oh, which corner are you looking at? Oh, down there. Sure. As you look around, you just see other pathways of water and waterways and shoreline, stony, rocky shoreline, all throughout this area.
That's not a light source down there.
Oh,
that's
a
out
light source. Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some kind of weird reddish light that is coming from that direction.
Okay. And I will just eventually make my way back to the rest of the group and tell them that I didn't see anything this way, but across the water there's some light over there to the southeast as well.
Do we want to stay in this lake of darkness?
Well,
I can see a table to the north in this hallway.
oh, trust me, we are going in there. That's for sure. But, don't want to leave anything behind that might be.
And this body of the purple worm intrigues me.
Cricket's never seen one so close. And like with most tunneling creatures, it's possible that any of the precious gems or metals it passed through in its travels are still inside of it. But she is interested in that collection box, mostly because who's going to use it? The campsite's gone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead and give me another investigation roll.
Not doing too hot with these investigation rolls.
She'd probably give up after that. She's not that dead set on it.
You find it.
Ooh. I'm going to check it for any sort of magical or mechanical tampering device.
No, it's locked.
All right. She holds up her hand and shink! Little claw comes out. She's going to try and pick it.
Sure. Give me your...
what would that be?
That would be Thieves' Tools.
Ah, yes. I don't know how to roll Thieves' Tools.
Is it?
I think it's a
dex?
skill check. I just get to add my...
Yeah, it's just a skill check with your proficiency bonus. It's a dex check with proficiency.
Okay, let me...
So any
I have expertise
literally
in
any,
Thieves' Tools.
So literally any dex skill you have expertise with, you can just roll that. Just to
Okay.
kind of
I don't have any.
great.
So we'll just roll Dex plus 6.
So 14.
Ooh, and I'll add my psionic die to the...
Go for it. So 16.
So 16.
Yeah. You pick the lock with your little claw and roll. Well, I'll tell you how much gold is in there. $17.
Excellent. She's gonna go
I
ahead.
gave him
and-
150,
What's that?
roughly. I gave him 150 for different things.
For everything you bought? Okay, then there's
Yeah, I gave him.
there's 167 gold in there.
Right. So she's gonna go ahead and close it. She's gonna put the pin back in so that it's not locked, but it's secured. And she's gonna go ahead and
Through the water and get out. And then she's going to say,
Corin, right?
Yes. What did you find?
Here you go.
she's going to give him his money back.
I will take exactly what was my money back, which I am trying to find out exactly what that was.
Okay.
Give me a second.
And then while he's doing that, she's gonna go ahead and her pack's been set aside. She's gonna grab her thieves' tools, because she's not going to be carrying her shit with. Yeah, her. How much of her rope did she lose?
About 10 feet of it.
All right, so we now have a 40-foot length of rope, and her grappling hook's gone.
No, you eventually find your grappling hook in the water too.
Okay, cool.
You guys are. I'm assuming you're taking your time because they were pulling bodies and shit out of the water as well.
Yes, she also gives. She gives Corin a hooded lantern with oil in it, and she gives
Corin is holding a torch, by the way.
Yeah, I know, but this it goes further. It works better.
Understood.
And it's waterproof.
Okay. I will
It can be
accept that.
relit after it's been extinguished. And then she gives her bullseye lantern, which is a little different. It goes in all directions and goes even further. She gives that to Ekmid Denisi.
Thank you.
So, how far does the bullseye lantern emit light?
So the bullseye lantern goes in a 60-foot cone. Sorry, that's not in all directions, but 60-foot cone, and for bright light, and another 60 feet of dim light.
Okay, so 60 feet of dim and 60 feet of bright in a cone.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it did. I have 2 of those on my robe.
And then the hooded lantern is in all directions, 30 foot of bright and 30 foot of dim. She checks to make sure that her hourglass isn't broken. I think it takes 10 minutes to put on leather. How long does it take to put on leather? Anyway, she puts it on.
Just so
it's a little wet and soggy.
Steven, just so you know, you can rotate your... you now have dim light according to the hooded lantern.
Okay.
So you can rotate your token by clicking on it, and I believe it's either Control or Shift and the arrow keys.
It's Control and mouse wheel.
Control and mouse wheel. So you can rotate the angle of your light. And then Corin has how much?
30 and 30.
30 and 30.
Okay.
I'd like to ask the party a question. I'd like to ask the party who's also hanging around here, does anybody have a candle?
I do.
Could I borrow one, please? Actually,
of course.
Could I use one?
You can have it.
So I'll take the candle, I'll light it, I'll ask Kalith to hold it for a second.
I will do that.
And I will take out of my rucksack a piece of paper. And I will use a cantrip, and I will create an origami boat. And I will put the origami boat on the lake and take back the candle and put the candle on the boat and then push the boat out onto the lake and watch it travel in the distance to see what we can see.
Okay, so you have a 10-foot light source, right?
We can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm just like it goes 5 foot at a time. So in the direction that we're not going, I just want the little boat to travel.
So it's what, 10 feet of bright and 10 foot of dim beyond that?
5 and 5.
5 and 5.
Okay.
Yep.
So it'll take time. Like we can still see quite far out, but I just want to push it out and see where it goes. The little candle.
Did you guys add bullseye lantern and hooded lantern to your guys'?
Yeah,
stuff?
I added hooded lantern to mine.
All right. She says, "Now I've got two more flasks of oil. They last about, give or take about 6 hours apiece."
Can you see the little light source moving?
Where?
It's it's out of the range of your vision, but others can see it. Corin should be able to see it. It's right over here.
I can see that. Yeah.
Kalith could see it, but now it's inside of his bright range.
Very cool. But anyway, if you guys have added it to
I'm just going to keep moving it, so as you move it, as I move it, you should be able to see where it goes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Until it's out of your line of sight. And comes to a rest.
Interesting. Well, okay, so yeah, you guys do have it. You guys have all that on your list. The lanterns.
Yep.
Right,
What's our mechanical eagle doing at the moment?
Oh, he's human. He or not human. He's Warforged again. Her dropped the spell. But what are you doing, Gemwin, as all this is happening?
From the time that I was depolymorphed, I think I'm gonna fuck up the name. I could have Nancy. No.
The Loxodons. That's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized the Loxodon can just hold the lantern with his trunk.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, but yeah, Ekma Dennessy had just finished talking to me about people's misplaced values, and I think Gemmin was about to emit a approving, agreeing squawk, and then transforms mid squawk. It just makes it really, messed up, like Warforged noise. And then after which would help not rearrange, but arrange the bodies of the victims of the fall.
Okay.
They'd help with that too. And then at some point they would touch their forehead, the gem, the crystal in their forehead, and cast light on it. So it's a torch, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, just to make you add one more light source on there.
That's okay. The nice thing about the reason I use this, I use Foundry over Roll20 is because it's super easy to deal with dynamic lighting. It's like
I can see that.
Yeah, it was fast.
Yeah, I can either cause you to have vision that goes out to a certain degree, or I can add a light source to you, which you can see and moves with you. But if I remove the light source, your vision will be normal again. I don't have to mess with your vision. The other thing is, if I add the light source to you, then everybody else can see it. But if I add to your vision, you're the only one that sees it. So it's a really neat, fast program for that. So yeah, you see this hall before you as you look, and there are lit torches down there.
Well, guys, what do you think?
And a set of doors.
Well, she stretches. Does the full cat stretch? Says, as long as everybody can see, then if you don't mind, I believe this is my area of expertise. It's great that we're all in this adventure together so fast.
Well, I don't know where else we would go, so we might as well try for the man-made thing to see if we can get out.
Why not why not fly out of here in the hole above? We can be back on the road in 5 minutes.
Adventure?
But we're here right now.
He says, questioning.
Well, what do you plan to do here under the earth where monstrous beings roam?
Well, we killed that. Can't be much worse.
Oh, please. Artifacts, artwork. Who knows what could be down here?
Objects of power?
Yeah, she's going to go ahead and she's going to run her fingers along the wall and discern more about the architecture of the place. Built it.
Place your tokens exactly where you are at this point on the map.
Yeah, I'd probably be.
Oh, that's never a
If
good
we're
sign.
having a conversation, I'd be here.
Oh, you guys moved to the same square. Ek, and well, everyone. As you're looking down this hall, in the dim light beyond, you see the gleam of gold. And you also see a shape in the darkness. Float through. Literally float.
Shh. Does it see us?
No, it hasn't noticed you yet. But you've noticed it. Until it floats out of your line of sight.
Would I know it's undead, Mark? Just like
Anybody know what that is?
It's ghostly and dark.
Well, I know that it is not my problem. Let's go. What's this about flying out, you said?
why not leave the dead? Why not leave the dead to their rest?
Cricket, you see the gleam of gold inside.
Oh, but it's so pretty.
Where are you standing?
Right here. I can just barely see it.
Oh yeah, off to the left there. I mean, it's like spilling over itself.
I give
much.
I give Gemwin that look about that conversation we had 5 minutes earlier, and I look to the kitty cat and to the gold, and I look back at Gemwin.
Tell you what, quick, in and out, 10-minute adventure tops. Like, I promise, we go in, we see what all the hubbub is, see what all the fuss is about, and if it's not worth it, then we leave.
This does not make sense, friend Cricket.
What is the construction?
The construction.
Do you want me to? I can link the feature.
Yeah, link the feature.
It does not. Oh, might be able to do that with my actor card. Feature. Biography. Well, I'll just have to copy paste.
Okay.
When you enter a ruin or dungeon, you can correctly ascertain its purpose and determine its builders, whether those were dwarves, elves, humans, Yuan-Ti, or some other known race. In addition, you can determine the monetary value of art objects more than a century old.
Okay. It is... There's evidence of a number of hands working on this. But there's evidence of draconic a draconic influence.
Like true dragons?
Like true dragons influence on this.
Oh, gentlemen, I think we may have found something truly special.
The handiwork seems maybe human, maybe dwarven.
Slaves, probably. If this had draconic intent initially, it's possible that it was crafted by, and this is purely but this is what she's saying. She says, see, this is, I'm guessing it's over a millennia old.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, this is from the lost time, possibly around, even potentially before the cataclysm. Wow. No, very, very strong craftsmanship from a myriad of different races, and she advances about 15 feet to take a look at the cutting work on the corners, the intensity of the geometry. And she's completely forgotten about this because now she's like in the inner zone, and she says, "Wow, just imagine the archaeological side. We have to go deeper, please."
As you approach the corners, you see these two statues, one on each side. They are smaller than you, probably about waist high, and they look like small green dragons. They're carved in the shape of green dragons, and they face each other across the entryway.
Investigation check. Looking for traps.
I assumed.
Yeah.
Give me the check. You look and you see that the mouths of the dragons are open, and there does seem to be a small metallic piece in where the esophagus of the mouth would be, that is open on each of these. You see it on the one, and then when you know what you're looking for and you look across to the other, you can see it there as well. However, you can't tell how the trap is triggered, but you've noticed that it is there.
All right. She turns around and she says, "There is a trap. I can't figure it out, but I'm kind of good at figuring out how to bypass a lot of this stuff."
What is everybody doing while Cricket is doing this? Where's everybody else up to?
I'm going to step up to Cricket. Oh, don't worry. The many-voiced god will help you, and I will cast guidance on you.
Thank him so much. But I kind of don't want to pressure anybody going in here if they don't want to. It is kind of scary.
Tell me about Kalith, Corin, Gem, Ek.
Corin would look over to Kalith. Well, I did come here for adventure. This seems like adventure. What would you care to delve deeper?
If that's what you'd like to do, I'll stand by your side. That is why you left Twiland Hill.
If only my father could see me now.
Gem?
So Gem would have been immediately more alert as soon as Cricket mentioned draconic motifs, or whatever it was that was draconic about the architecture here, and then would have been following closely behind, just noting everything that she said about like what she knew about it. So they're fully invested now.
Okay. Ek?
I'll kind of follow behind, but I'll be kind of like muttering under my breath, saying, "Why is it that everybody always wants to muddle in affairs they have no business in?"
Well, you don't start your own museum by not having gallery.
And yeah, as you all decide to make your way into the entrance of this,
I'm going to deliberately trigger it, if that's cool.
Go ahead.
Pew!
Dex save, please. You roll forward, triggering it, and gouts of acid spit shoot across the gap, land upon the floor. You don't get hit, right? With a 19. With your ability, what does it do? Is it if you would take half damage, do you take none?
Okay, so well, it depends. Dex saves a trap, right?
Dex save is against the trap, yes. So you got advantage.
Okay, so yeah, I've got advantage, and then with evasion, If you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dex saving throw, I just don't know.
Wait, you just don't know if it's what?
Does the 19 succeed?
Yes, the 19 succeeds. I'm saying if you
Okay, then I
succeed,
take
you
no
wouldn't take any
damage.
damage, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so you roll forward through the trap, and as the acid spits from each of the two creatures along each other and lands upon the ground, it completely misses you.
Go, 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 go! I usher everybody through because I don't want it to take. I don't want it to try and reset. I don't know the mechanism. If this is a thing, it might only be a matter of seconds before the trap resets.
Yeah, the acid that hits the ground seeps onto the stone and seems to have no effect on the stone floor itself. It seeps into the cracks and seems to drain somewhere.
Move! Move!
What do the rest of you do?
I'm gonna walk up and kind of hop over that area. I don't know if there's a floor panel or something.
Okay, each of you who move through it, give me a dex save.
Disadvantage for me. I take another one.
Cal will make a running jump if that makes a difference.
Sure. Yeah, you make a running jump. You can jump pretty far and high, right? As a barbarian.
+6 athletics too.
Sure.
I don't know.
So you kind of jump up over the height of the statues, which stand at like 2.5 feet tall, and land on the other side, and nothing happens to you. The rest of you who run through it, 14, 13,
1 for me, Mark.
7 and 1. Okay, so 7 and 1, you're going to take full damage. The 13s and up are going to take half. So I will just roll the acid damage. 12 acid damage to those who failed, and 6 to those who succeeded. As you are sprayed with acid, you can feel it burning through the cloth of your clothes in places, and leaving acid burns where patches of fur, for Ek at least, are starting to melt away.
I'll immediately just do a level 1 cure wounds myself.
Okay. That heals you right back up.
Back to full.
So
And I give a healing potion to Kerr, and one to Gemwin, because
I should have done a better job. I'm very sorry. Here, this should help.
Many thanks.
It didn't really hurt all that much.
I don't know whether you guys decide to take it is on you.
Yeah.
2d4 plus something. 2.
Yeah, it's 2d4 plus 2 if you use it now, or you can hold on to it. He hands you potions. It's up to you. You enter. You get past the trap, and you enter into the hall beyond. This ancient place opening up before you. I'm just going to move you guys past the trap there. You see the table ahead. In the dim light, you can see a door off to the left, a door to the right, and off in the distance, you see a pile of gold hiding in the dim light beyond, and another door at the end. And as this curiosity opens before you, I think this is a good place to stop for the evening. And next time, you will explore the ancient draconic tomb that has opened down below. And yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Did you enjoy yourselves this evening?
Very much so.
Awesome.
Very much
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Marcus, this is you're kind of new to what we to our little group here, but what we like to do is have kind of a time of just kind of affirmation at the end, patting each other on the back, and sharing our favorite role-playing moments from the night. So what I'll do is I'll go to each player. I'll ask them what their favorite moment for their character was this evening, what they felt was their character's favorite moment, or what you thought was your favorite moment for your character this evening. And then I'll open it up to the group to just share their favorite moments about your character's role-playing. And chat, feel free to participate as well. Share your favorite moments. We just ask that for those of you in chat, if you share a favorite moment for one of the characters, you share a favorite moment for all the characters. And we just do this so that we can kind of say, hey, this is what we like to see in our role playing, and we're glad you participated and had some awesome moments. So Grayson, we'll start with Corin tonight. What was your favorite Corin moment?
Probably I'd have to say diving in to try to grab Gem, and then as soon as you realize Gem turns into a bird, kind of freaking out about what's happening.
Yeah, that was super enjoyable. Dio in chat said that the best Corin moment was falling and screaming that he shouldn't have left Twiland Hill.
That was my favorite as well.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I enjoyed the moment where you were like, did that pack just grunt? It was little, it was tiny, but I really appreciated that little moment there. Anybody else Corin moments from this evening?
Definitely just going with Cricket's sham. Trying to scam the guy at the tent. Just playing this. Yeah, gotta love it.
What's that? Go ahead.
In that same vein, I like that exchange that Corin had with Cricket, where he explains that he's left his law enforcement life behind and that he wouldn't rat her out. Essentially, I like that.
Yeah. David said, I really like Corin just looking across to Kalith as they were about to enter the ruin, and I wanted to be on an adventure. This is what I wanted, right? Just kind of confirming with Kalith, we're cool with this, right? This is what we were looking for. So yeah, awesome. All right, well, Marcus, what was your favorite gem win moment this evening?
Yeah, I think it was there was a lot of stuff that I liked, but I think my favorite was a mechanical one. The action surge with the erupting earth followed by fireball. This is a build that I haven't tried before, so seeing it pop off that way was really fun to me.
Yeah, that was super fun. Absolutely.
Yeah.
For others?
My favorite gem moment was doing fireball and not realizing that he might have burned half the people alive.
Which has extra special significance for our group.
It does.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, we really
flashbacks.
we really killed the mayor on that one.
Oh my god, you're gonna keep saying it.
We really
it's
did.
a thing.
And
It's a thing now.
Oh god.
It's official thieves' cant now.
Oh god, really?
Yep.
Other. Go ahead.
My favorite gem win moment is just his immediate acceptance of this hyperactive tabaxi.
Yeah.
And just being like, "Oh, friends!" Using friends on her immediately.
Yes.
Because his charisma is garbage.
Complete trash. And it's at an 8 right now, I think.
I liked how he played the now when he learned that when he recognized the purple worm, and he's just kind of matter-of-factly this thing really shouldn't be here. Maybe we shouldn't be engaging with it.
Yeah.
We should not fight this.
Holy crap! I did not expect it to fail a con.
No.
against that
Yeah.
reduce.
Yeah,
Me neither.
I rolled a.
Yeah.
I
Holy
literally rolled
shit.
I rolled a 1 on their roll. So even with a 1, it was a 9. but
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh my god, though. For real. Just that was amazing.
Good luck. Yeah.
I have to say, like, translating the information that I gave you about the purple worm into Gemwin's perspective, I enjoyed the way that you assimilated, like, the information I said and then put it out there as your character. I think that was
well
really, really well done.
Very well done.
And honestly, all of the interactions with this hyperactive cat were wonderful. I am excited to see more of Gemwin as we go through. They are an interesting character for sure. I also really enjoyed the little details of like casting light on the gem in the center of their forehead and things like that.
Just a quickie, Mark,
Yeah.
because I know Marcus is in software. I just have this image of like Gemwin going through all the iterations of if and while loops while this purple worm.
Yeah.
There is a little bit
Oh,
of
yeah.
that, yeah. I think their understanding of magic is a little bit more like on that like logical side.
Yeah, that's
Right.
awesome.
Yeah, I really like the first interaction between Cricket and Gemwin. Where you're like, yeah, can I have that book back, please? It's not. Please don't touch.
And Gemwin is very polite. I've noticed. Super,
I love
super
it.
polite. I really like that. Let's see. Dio in chat said that her favorite gem moment was becoming a giant eagle and being chill about it. Also, their interaction with Cricket when they met. Stones said my favorite moment. Okay. We'll get to Kerr. We'll get there. David said using friends to make Cricket give the spellbook back. It was a really good introductory moment for the character and set up a great dynamic between the two of them that I can't wait to see more of. I completely agree. Steven, favorite Ek moment?
Favorite X moment? Torn between two things. One, the first interaction with Kalith, which was a bit emotional. And to as Keystone said, my little side quest, getting some bees.
Yeah, I enjoyed that as
getting
well.
some honey, getting some bees.
I enjoyed all of your descriptions of your spell casting. Using the actual using things like describing spell components or how you're casting the spell. I very much enjoyed the little details in those things.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I like the bees as well. That was the best. I can't say it in my head every time, and I can say it right, and then I look at it and I can't read it. Those were your best character moments, but like normally, you also had a really good Steven moment. Was that when you're like, now just to be sure, Mark, I have a jar of bees now, right? And just so everybody knows that he already has a plan for that.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Of course he does. Yeah.
I love his I love his just placid face acceptance that okay, I guess this is what's happening right now.
Yes.
Not to mention just the intrigue of the character itself. I want to know more about this character.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm interested to see where the backstory takes us as a party.
I'm privy to the backstory information as the DM, and there are still moments where he says things or does things that Ek does, and I'm like, all right, where's this motherfucker going with this shit? I don't know what's going on. Like such innocuous things like I'm just gonna say hi to this bee. Oh, this can't go anywhere bad. Of course it's going somewhere bad. Why is this your nicest character? Something has to be wrong.
Hey, poor guy.
Let's see. What's going on in chat here? David said, Ek just being the Eeyore of the group when they're down in the pit, just flat out asking, why are we doing this? And Dio said, best Ek moment was talking with Kalith and explaining that he gave up his Sophos name behind, and that he stayed 8 hours to keep his promise.
To the bees.
To the bees. That's really fantastic moments. Yeah, and talking about the fact that that the two that Kalith asked about are no longer with us, and the emotional response from that was fantastic.
It can take a while into a campaign before you get stuff as emotionally charged as that. So to get it like this soon, from my perspective, it's like I don't know the people involved, but I'm already invested. It's awesome.
Sweet.
Thanks,
Mhm.
man.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Chris, tell us your favorite cricket moment. Comedically,
shit,
we
I
all
don't
know
know.
that cricket stole the show.
Well, I personally really liked how as soon as we saw the, like, I think there's definitely some, like, she wants to outdo her mother
Mm-hmm.
as this world-renowned archaeologist, and so her hyperfixation with exploring potentially millennia old ruins is kind of like her wet dream. So this immediately just like pew, like we got to get down there. And the fact that she just flat out lied to Gemwin, like
About the ruins.
if about the ruins, she had no fucking idea at the time. It was just purely happenstance that she was right. And the fact, like, as a player, I had, so like this character, I kind of want to play them a little quick-witted, so I'm like trying to have to like anticipate comments before they come up so that I'll have them in character when I say them. And when I was expecting Gemwin to be like, you, like, if we were wrong and Gemwin had been like, you lied, she would have been like, well, you cast friends on me, so now we're evil. Now we're equal. Like, yeah.
Gang, other cricket moments that you enjoyed?
Oh, you can tell what she was gonna be like before she even said anything.
Darting around
Because
the
if you
tree.
noticed at the very, very beginning, she was running around that tree.
Yeah.
I did. Oh, I love that.
Two things from my side. Like, I love the art. Like, the art breaks my heart on a personal level. On a personal level, it's just so goddamn cute. It's unbelievable. And two, the whole kind of literally jumping onto Gemwin's shoulder, like, you know, basically a full size human cat jumping on the back of a robot. That did it for me.
All the
I
introductory moments for me. Sorry.
Introductory?
Yeah. Because that can be clunky, but it seemed like it was easy as pie for you.
Oh, it went so smooth.
Well, I mean, I just figured I might as well just go for it. That's the kind of character she is, and because I know that it can be really hard to do that introductory RP if one person doesn't just go for it. And we had talked before, and you had mentioned being a little socially awkward, so I figured I'd make it easier on you.
Super enabling. Yeah,
it
was
worked
awesome.
really well. It worked so perfectly between those two characters. Like, they are each other's foils, I think, where in a way where it's like they both have the same interest, right? Especially like you're down here in this tomb and you both have the same interest, but the way you explore that interest is so polar opposite of each other that it plays off the two characters really, really well. I absolutely have to say that. Grayson, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I really liked how she kind of jumped onto a falling rock to try to hold up Gem, but it's still a falling rock. And it's not gonna really work in the end.
Okay, so the plan, what I was gonna try to do, I was gonna try to jump to him, latch onto him, tie the rope around him like a harness, and then grappling hook us to the wall.
Nice.
That was the plan.
I know you had lots of plans, but I really enjoyed the hopping from stone to stone, falling in midair, and just that graceful cat-like image of you hopping from stone to stone and then throwing the grappling hook and catching Gemwin, and then the weight of Gemwin like pulling you down and you just landing landing on your hands and knees, like oh crap, I didn't think this through. I thought that was really great. Let's see. Best cricket moments: acting like a cat, counting spoons, and then forgetting it all because a bug appeared. That one was awesome. Cricket seeing the purple worm and just yelling, "Everyone, wake the fuck up!" Then taking a pot shot and hiding like a good little rogue. And Cricket pointing to the rest of the group and says, "Hey, looks like they know each other. Let's go introduce ourselves." Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a great Gemwin moment when Gemwin was like, why are we going to talk to them? Yeah. Brad, favorite Kalith moment tonight?
For me, it was the rage mutilation of the Aboleth's body and then performing the Awathan death ritual over Garen. Partly because I kind of broke Mark's rule of over-preparing. I mean, I had the germination for that idea like 5 weeks ago when I first got taken over, because then we had a long session and then I was gone and then we skipped a week. So I've kind of had that going around in my mind for a long time. So hopefully it came out as well as I thought about it.
It was awesome. David had said a big yes in chat when you mentioned that. That was absolutely one. Others? Favorite Kalith moments tonight?
Yeah, I got a name drop Dio here because that's mine's exactly the same. The whole kind of Kalith Jane tension, given everything that's happened in the previous campaign, and his involvement and the consequences of his involvement and his consequences now, that was super super cool.
Yeah, that was gonna be mine as well. Was the way that you interacted with Jane in that moment was really fantastic. But I also really enjoyed your interaction with Ek and that whole like fleshing out of the way that you two knew each other, or that fact that you did know each other. There was a lot of great role playing from you in that moment as well, Brad.
Did you guys pre-plan that?
Tiny bit.
Little. We had talked about, we know how we met and the circumstances of how we met, and I knew about his family and stuff, but not the interaction itself, no.
Yeah, okay, because that felt scripted, like, in a good way. Okay? Like, I couldn't tell that was just off the cuff. That was some pretty top-notch role there.
Absolutely. The chat...
Like, I know that saying it sounded scripted might seem like a bad thing. It is definitely not.
No, it didn't, I get what you're saying. I get exactly what you mean. It came naturally. It felt very natural and very like right on the money. Chat said putting the shield around the other people with the Ancestral Guardians, and also I loved him declaring that the Ancestral Guardians were helping shield the civilians in the tents during the Purple Worm attack. It's kind of clear that he's still feeling some guilt that he was unable to stop Michael from killing the people of Anchor, so now he's going to try to keep other people safe even harder than before. And that absolutely is true. It wasn't just the use of the Ancestral Guardians, but you kind of explaining Kalith's point of view in that moment with the Purple Worm and the Fireball and all of that. That was fantastic. Any other...
I personally really liked Kalith's interaction just in the flashback of one with the Aboleth and with Garen's body, and that he is so apologetic to Jane.
Yeah. Oh, I love
that. That was really my favorite.
I love Garen's finger being carried around by Kalith worn on his necklace.
Yeah, it's a nice symbol.
I kind of like how Kalith falls into the role of being a passenger in exploits, specifically with the bees and being told to bow and getting it, like being down to like do the song and dance. despite not having the connection that Ek does. Just that dimension of their relationship too was really nice to see.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't mind filling in a bit on that, it's because Brad, do you want to talk a little bit about how you? I don't know if you want to do that in story or but how you met.
Let's leave that in character to develop as we go, because I think one of the things that we're enjoying about those interactions is that we're intrigued to understand more of Ek's past and how Ek and Kalith know each other. So it'd be fun to see that in character. Yeah.
One of the things I really liked envisioning was the actual communication. The bee queen, mostly because bees communicate by dancing.
Yeah.
So just the idea of this Luxodon shaking his groove thing in order to talk to the bees is now forever in my head. Thank you, Ek.
Oh, God.
All right, that is never not going to be funny to me.
Oh, my God. All right, Justin. Tell me about Kerr. What's your favorite Kerr moment? I know you've been foaming at the mouth to play this character.
Oh, the best moments are yet to come.
Oh my God.
Can I just say, as somebody who role-played with Justin in RP chat before this stream ever started, it was amazing. Justin, you got to post that somewhere so everybody can see, because that RP...
Our meeting?
Our meeting was pure genius.
Yeah, I'll post that within the next couple days.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the second thing was the sheer delight of literally Kerr falling, enjoying falling, being perfectly content to fall down this giant hole, and then looking.
Mental image.
Yeah, me too. And then looking beside him, and this plant falling at the same time. But that cracked me up.
Yeah, I gotta know more about that plant. Cricket's definitely gonna steal it to figure out if there's something special about it.
Go right for it.
All right, Justin. So what was your favorite role-playing moment tonight between either Kerr or Felix? Because you didn't really say.
I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up between Beatree coming back and... I don't know, for Kerr, jeez. Yeah, the whole falling thing was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I loved the description of his armor and weapons.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yes.
When he saw the Warforged for the first time and pulled out his fork on a stick and spoon armor and top shield. That was my favorite.
Yes, and him getting so mad when Cricket suggested that he ate his family. Well, you're wearing a whole oven, so
the cooking the squirrel over the fire was
fantastic.
Yeah.
You'll find out why later.
Oh God. Let's see. Chat. Go ahead.
I really like the interaction of Kerr with Cricket in the stall or the shop, because it's like, oh, we're a family. He's the kid. I'm not your kid. He's adopted.
He's adopted.
I loved the stares at the camera. At one point, Cicada said, "That's the same stare I give. That's me from my microwave's perspective every day." It's just that crazed look into the camera that you had the entire time you played Kerr. Let's see. Chat said, best
Honey roasted squirrel.
Yes, honey roasted.
That definitely showed up.
Best Felix moment: crying during the reviving scene and giving a closure to his character. Also, his reaction to Mirth's letter, and favorite Kerr moment was laughing maniacally when falling and being a tiny Godzilla. David said Kerr just cackling like a madman as he's falling, casting polymorph on Gemwin because he knows he's got Dimension Door ready to whisk himself to safety. Every time referring to himself as "we are Kerr," Kerr snaps and Dimension Doors to the top of the building. And best Felix moment that they left Michael's name off the plaque at the guild hall. Yeah.
Sorry, Steven.
Harsh.
Honey roasted squirrel. Oh my gosh. Any other car moments before we move on?
I liked every spell that Kerr cast, but specifically, I like the foil of Kerr's extreme confidence in spellcasting against his personality. Because he seems just like all over the place, but then polymorph. The copy, I didn't even know what that was. Simulacrum, maybe? I'm not sure.
It was
It's a channel divinity ability. It's typically called
Oath of Traffic.
duplicity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Like I just renamed a couple things for the trickery domain.
Yeah, but just like how clear it is that he's extremely competent spellcaster is awesome.
Yeah, like he's insane, but he's not stupid. Just crazy.
It's wonderful.
All right, guys, I'll open the floor to the any favorite DM moments. I will tell you that my favorite DM moment tonight was actually reading Mirth's letters because I hadn't read them yet. So getting to read those to you guys and laugh
Dude, you
my ass
broke.
off, I broke so hard. They were so funny.
Yeah, it's great.
They were so funny.
I gotta say, my favorite moment was more like a proper respect moment. Was the amount of preparation and work that went in of tying all the strings together to get to where we are now. So doing
to have been so hard.
Yeah.
What's that?
That had to have been so hard.
Tying all the strings together and getting us here and doing the dream sequences and the remembering sequences and this happened and this happened. That was masterful work, sir.
Yeah, rolling with the punches well. Like when we fell down the hole, there was a point there where you're like, okay, I'm just going to tell you what happens. And then everyone's like, no, you're not. We got other stuff to do. Rolling with it.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys made the scene way better than I ever could have by myself. So I'm glad that I just shut up and let you guys play. So sometimes I got to get out of my own way.
I really liked you reading Mirth's letter to Corin, and how Corin Mirth just appears, starts reading it.
Yeah, he spent the gold to get a glyph of warding scroll to cast that on the letter, so that he would so that when you opened it, it would cast phantasmal force on you, and it wouldn't do any damage. It would literally just mess with you while you were reading the letter.
Yeah, he told me that. Hilarious. I loved it.
Definitely agree with Dark. The encounter with the purple worm as a segue, not even like the real encounter of the time, as a segue for this setup for this ruin was fucking awesome.
Cool.
I really dug the descriptions of the establishing shots, so to speak, in the flashbacks. Just the tone of it was clear that a lot had happened prior to my joining and Ectherion's joining too. So yeah, your descriptions there were real choice.
Thank you.
Set the mood real nice. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's still a brand new party.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's see. David said, Kerr's kobold tactics were just like proper kobold tactics. Duck down prone in the tent, firing out a guiding bolt, things like that. Dio said her favorite DM moment was playing Jane. Wonder what's going to happen to her in the future. And evil grin. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen with Jane too.
She's learned some tough lessons. She's had some interesting teachers, and she's been through a lot.
If you guys Marcus, I know that you're not just new to the game, but new to the community, and so you haven't seen a lot of what's happened in this campaign. Obviously, all the videos are up if you wanted to go back and watch them, but I know that's pretty long because it's a 10, 11 4-hour long, 5-hour long videos, so it could take a while, but I'm sure that but there's there are places where you can find out information about what's happened so far. If you wanted to go like do a little reading or talk to anybody, people will be happy to fill you in, I am sure. Let's see. David said the encounter with the purple worm as a way to have the party discover the ruin was neat. He said like any encounter that's about more than just here's a monster trying to kill us is a big plus in his book. Bowie said, Jane, again, Jane, be still, be still my beating heart. Oh man. Being a queen bee, Dio said. Yeah, I know you've been dreading that, Pat, that you've been dreading what's going to happen to Jane with all this. He also said that his favorite DM moment was me bringing on Chris and Marcus. I agree. That was a win move, but that actually wasn't even me. The party interviewed and chose players for this campaign. And yeah, they are solid ads, absolutely. But you can give that credit to Steven and Justin as they interviewed. I think Grayson, didn't you get in on some too? Or
I didn't interview. I was just looking at their character sheets.
Yeah. Yep. And let's see. So yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It was a good night. It was a good night. It was a lot of fun. Marcus, I will tell you that early on, when you introduced your character, there were lots and lots of comments in chat about narrating people's lives because your voice is so smooth, and I just want to throw that out there. So, yeah, I think that the
first session and you're already getting hit on chat.
I'm available for VO work. Hit me up. Not really. I'm not a VA.
How to be voice actor.
Yeah, that's true. You guys were fangirling when you saw Marcus's character in the submission section. That's absolutely true. Love Warforged and super detailed character application. Sometimes I get character submissions and it's like one-word answers to all the questions or like a complete lack of interest in the actual setting, and it was obvious that you had read through the information and bought in, so that was cool.
There was a bit of an Easter egg for Justin on mine.
Oh God.
It said that she's looking for her looking for her brother Kark, which is the name of his character in my camp.
Gotcha.
Thursdays.
Nice.
So now I'm going to have to think of more backstory for that character and like how he got to where he is.
Welcome to my world.
I know, it's going to be awesome, dude.
I have 6 games that are interconnected. I'm constantly coming up with ways that they bounce off of each other. You were going to say something, Marcus, about the character, your character app. Or did I misread that?
I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally am. Oh, no, yeah, I wasn't going to say anything.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching. Thanks for playing. Thanks, everybody, for the continuing generosity of our patrons and subscribers and players alike who all make this possible. And I'll say we got a bunch of new followers today, so that's really neat. I'm excited about that. And we'll see you next Saturday. Don't forget that tomorrow night on the Loophole Kings channel, I get to play and not just DM, which is a nice break for me. And don't forget to check out Marcus and I as we play on Vanish X Zone's channel every Thursday at 1:30 in Eastern Time. So come check us out.
Yeah.
We'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Ah, shit.
Oh, by the way, guys, I'm going to set up a raid, so if you're still hanging out in chat, stick around for a little longer, enjoy the little fiery bits that come off the ending stream, and we'll find a place to go and give some love.